Alrighty, I believe we are live at the moment. Just need to double check that everything's working here. Alrighty. I'm going to assume that everything is working correctly. Might need a bit more time to set everything up correctly. But we don't have much time because things are already running a bit late here. We were supposed to start about 41 minutes ago. Yeah. Welcome to another Kohan Duels tournament. Zeza isn't here at the moment. He is going to be taking a short break from things, so I'm going to be doing my best to sort of run the channel while he's not around. I'm sure he will probably return at some later point. Maybe even watch these videos and enjoy it as a viewer for once. Yeah, at the moment we are having the July mini tournament. And we have quite an interesting bracket over here. Let me just switch to the correct screen. Sorry about the setup, guys. This is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass for everyone involved. Because I'm not quite used to running things just yet. Just want to check if everything is working. If someone mind giving me a message in the chat, I'd appreciate it. Oh, I can just do it myself. Alrighty, we are going to be starting off with, let's just take a look at the bracket quickly, no fancy music at the moment. But for our first game that we have here, we have Immortality and Tau, who are going to be playing in Game 1. And I haven't included this on the stream, but map bands, I guess we'll just... Yeah, it's Alscar and the Forge. Alrighty. Right, thanks guys. I can see the chat with just one screen as well, which is really nice. So we're gonna switch over to the game screen, I think, and hopefully this works correctly. Come on, really? Spent all this time setting up and you're gonna break on me now. Right, okay, cool. No, it is working. Yeah, leaving stream for obvious reasons. I would hope that you would have to concentrate in the game. Yes, we are going to be starting. I'll do a countdown and you guys can get into it. We're going to start with Cave of Fear. Immortality has banned Alskar and Tau has banned The Forge, neither of which are being played at the moment. We're going to go ahead with game 1 since we're already over schedule, and I will start the countdown now. Alrighty, seems we've got Tau in the right-hand side with a black nationalist. Well, try saying that in public. Then we have on the other side, on the left-hand side, we have Immortality, the blue council player. And it seems that Immortality, both players actually are going for their first engineer squad, where you have short engineers for Immortality and long engineers or long sappers for Tau. Both going straight for their gold mine. This looks like a practice build from both of them. Let's see how it goes. Once again, apologize for not having Zeza here. It seems I'm gonna have to be the one running things for a while, so hopefully people get used to my voice. We got a Kohan Settler Company coming out of Immortality. He's doing a early expand. He has gotten a quarry and wood mill. Pretty basic components so far in his town. Not unexpected. Same on the other side for Tau. Going straight for the Carpentry Guild. We'll see what he gets as his second company. Immortality has gotten his Ironwood Grove. Pretty good. He's probably going to settle right there and claim the early wood. His early strategy is probably going to involve either bowmen or scouts or footmen. We'll have to see. Hey, Riven. And Diego, Lord Mecta, and everyone else. Glad that the stream is... we got eyes on the stream. Okay, it looks like Immortality is going to scout his Draugr over there. What have we got here? We're going to mark it. Look, it seems more of a conservative economic opener, let's just say, for the council player. Not a bad choice. Of course, they've got very cheap upgrades and probably see a healthy return on investment pretty quickly. But the nationalist player is actually behind in terms of economy. He's got about half the economy at the moment, 22. He's getting his factory. Gonna bump that up to 26. He's got a full company of scouts, and he is entrenching in front of his Draugr, so he's going to use the sappers to tank most of the damage from the militia. And Immortality just claimed his ruin. Pretty clean. Let's see here. Thane Farouk Eben Baruch. And Jilla Janat. Jilla is really good. We'll see how well she does. Thane's my favorite council hero. I just love him. Look at that face. He reminds me of one of my old school teachers, actually. Don't want to say his name, just in case. I doubt he'll ever watch it. He had like a red face like that. Eben is pretty standard as far as things go. He's got a nice magic attack, but not very useful outside of Sia, who take a lot of bonus damage from that. On the other side, we have Ethan. That is the very, very strong hero for Tau over here. Hopefully, if he can get this guy some experience, we'll see some amazing things out of him. We've got Balthazar Aswan. Pretty good guy, caster guy. He just throws a lot of fireballs. He's awesome. Why wouldn't you love him? And the best engineer hero in the game. Objectively, in some senses. Martin Kirkwood gives a good DV bonus to all of his companies, which is all of the rest of his company, which is quite nice in the absence of Blessing. Doesn't look like he has any Blessing heroes on his side. And Jilla, I believe, loses her Blessing when she gets up to Enlightened. Going for the Draugr here. It looks like Tau's claimed his first. Immortality quite a bit ahead in terms of economy. Even at this early stage of the game, you can see that Immortality's focus is on getting his GPM up. Whereas Tau has established a pretty flexible little force here to go around and take the Indies. Looks like the first Raksha layer goes down to Tau. He might not have much of strong economy in the same way that Immortality does at the moment. This is really gonna start paying off in the next 10 minutes. We'll see well, not even 10 minutes actually, probably even sooner than that. But in the next 5, 6, 7 minutes, you will probably see Immortality go for like some sort of boom. I think Tau's strategy might just be to try to disrupt Immortality early, because he knows that as a council player, most of his best stuff is getting cities and advanced components and elites, and well, even crossbowmen are a really good choice. Both army compositions looking pretty basic at the moment, but that's to be expected. None of them really went for any crazy tech rushes, I suppose we can call it. Pretty standard so far. Both of them taking out the layers and moving into just to have a look at the middle of the map. Tau is taking his Ironwood Grove over here, which is pretty good, but he's going to need to possibly get rid of that factory at some point. He is going for Magicians. Might seem like a pretty basic unit, but for Nationalists, their choices at this stage of the game, mostly between either Summoners or Magicians for casters, if you just need some sort of caster backline support. We've got Immortality coming in here, trying to have a look at what's going on. He might have seen this company, I don't think he did. And it looks like his hero is going to go down. Very unfortunate place to get stuck. And that whole company is going down. And he's not having much luck with the lair on this side either. Maybe he'll take out a few more. But these Shadow Demons are very, very strong because they summon... they summon a bit more. I mean, you can kill the summons, it's not really going to affect the number of militia in the nest or in the lair. Tau's looking very strong here. Immortality maybe stumbled a bit, but I'm pretty sure he can get back to maintaining his lead pretty easily. Let's take a look at the components here for Immortality. Pretty standard. The Carpentry Guild not doing much at the Drog at the moment, but, you know, it's not exactly harming him either. We have an Indy and one town for Tau. They haven't settled yet at all. Their economy's still looking a bit weak for this stage of the game, but their army's kind of making up for it. Wow, okay, Martin went down for Tau. That's gonna cost him, especially when he's only, like, that's more than a minute's worth of income for Tau at the moment. Yeah, as I was saying, the Magicians are a good choice in this case, I think. The Summoners can be good. Tau doesn't really favor Summoners that much. They're a bit difficult to... If you don't really have the spare time to concentrate on microing them, it can get a bit iffy. Looks like we have Magicians from Immortality as well. Similar, actually very, very similar. Just as I say that, he swaps them out for Jilla, which is a good choice, I think. The Blessing might be better on the frontline units, but I'm sure he's getting something better here, and he has Eben on the right company. These guys are getting Trailblazing as well. Tau gonna come in and have a look. Damn, Tau should just attack Inar. If he lets Imo get too much use of his economy, it's not gonna end well for him. Fully agree. Absolutely fully agree. But it looks like Immortality has kind of dropped in his economy a bit here. He's gone down to 42, I believe. Tau is now ahead. Yeah, and Tao's got map control. He is sort of contesting this area over here, and that's gonna block Immortality off. He'll be able to expand maybe down here and down here, but it's gonna put him in an awkward position. Shadow Demons despawned after hurting the dogs. I believe the Shadow Demons. No, they don't despawn. They summon Shadelings. So if you are fighting that lair and you're killing Shadelings and not any of the units that actually make up the militia, you're not actually doing much good there. You can make slow progress on a lair, but not when you're just killing summons. Right, looks like Tao is fully locked in over here. I'm not sure who's going to win this fight. My money is on Immortality's army here, by far. The Crossbowmen and the Archer Company, he has double the amount of Magicians, which is going to put these infantry down very, very quickly. Same with the crossbows. Right now, Immortality doesn't actually need that strong of a front line. It's a classic example of using footmen well, is that sometimes you just need to tie up your enemy just long enough just to kill everything he has. And this is what's going to happen over here, is these footmen and engineers are going to absorb a lot of the damage, but who cares about those? You've got these. And they're just going to go in and start pushing him back. This is going to be an expensive thing to lose for the stage. For Tao. His economy is... Once again, this is a minute's worth of economy for him. This little outpost over here. These scouts now need to be pulled out, or you're gonna lose it. Same for those engineers. It's a very expensive company to lose, and it goes down. Oh, that was a full company of engineers. They are backline, so yes, they just disappear if you hurt the beasts and come back later. Yeah. Well, the beasts will be dead if you kill the shadow beast. These lairs don't regenerate militia, so you can sort of anything you kill is not going to come back. I believe. I'm not sure if it keeps track of that. Okay, Tao is calling GG. That was very quick. I believe he still has a leg in this game. Neither player is really, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a very strong push from Immortality, but yeah. I think Tao believes that he's lost. His company limit is pretty good, but he just doesn't have the economy to get stuff he needs. That's the thing with Nationalist, is that unless you're continually settling, your economy, you're not going to maintain your lead on economy that Nationalists can get and hold pretty quickly. And also, it's going to be hard to reinforce your army, and you're relying way more on the companies that you have, and once they go down, you're just screwed. He could actually hold us off if he uses the militia creatively. There's quite a bit of militia here, and unfortunately this Archer Company is out of position and caught by that sandbank there, so they're gonna get hammered, and there's just not a lot to fight this off. But these Dragoons are not that strong. The Clerics are doing a good job of healing them though. Kohan's gonna go down. That's a shame, poor thing. It looks like this game might just be over. Unfortunately, Tao banked too much on... See, this is the thing, right? If you don't know that you're going to be able to take out your opponent, if you don't know that you can go for a timing push and just sort of finish the game right then and there, don't sit around and wait. If you're not clearing the map, and if you're not expanding or settling, continuing to settle behind it, you're gonna fall behind. It's a natural thing. I know that's a bit anxiety-inducing for people to sort of hear out loud, I guess, because it is a strategy game, but it is a real-time strategy game. You cannot afford to just sit. So, yeah, I believe what Immortality has at the moment is more than enough to take down Tau. He's burning everything he has on just being able to hold this, and behind this, Immortality's 70 income, which is not that great, but it's enough. It's a common mistake, I believe, for other factions to try to win archer battles with council. Like, it can be done, and especially in this situation here, these archers they're magicians, not wizards, so they're not exactly any stronger towards archers, but crossbowmen will typically win in a straight up fight. He's doing a good job holding Morphia. I hope he keeps his hero alive, because that would be a shame. Yeah, he did a good job of holding this off, but this is just shows the strength of magicians here. They're just very good at whittling things down. Even though Tower called GG, he's yet to resign, so yeah, I think he's still in it. How much he can do, I don't know. Yeah, at this point, Immortality can just casually reinforce what he has over here, and Tau can do nothing. So this game is kind of over. Yeah, especially with the Channeler Cleric Grens coming out now. These guys will be able to tank an enormous amount of damage, and if Tau is struggling to like kill his companies now, it's not gonna work. These summoners will never be up in time. Now you might say this sucks for nationalists because they're stuck in a situation where they have very low company limits. And we did buff the nationalist town, by the way. It has one more company limit from having a town. But anybody in this situation would struggle. Even like royalist with just one town, same company limit, same problems. In fact, the nationalists would be in a better position than the royalists with just one town left. But yeah, this is over. GG and well played to Immortality. He is the winner of the first round here. Let's take a look at the scores here for a second. Looks like Tau was doing very well in the beginning. Immortality kind of overtook him at a certain point, and then there was just that one battle and things just started going really, really downhill. And that's the problem with getting too aggressive, is that you can very easily start losing companies that you cannot replace. Military scores, we can see the battle there. Economically, Immortality was strong this whole game. And settling wise, I suppose Immortality was like just 1 or 2 ahead of that. But yeah. This map is 60% useless. Well, to the current way that people are playing it at the moment, it might seem that way, yes. I haven't really seen many people go ahead and like really experiment with what you can do on Cave of Fear. It seems to be a bit of a neglected map. I can tell you it is way better than it used to be. Way, way, way better than it used to be. Yeah. I don't believe that people are really making use of the map. They're kind of taking Cave of Fear as at face value and just being like, well, I'm just gonna go straight across the middle and end the game. And as you can see, sometimes that backfires. With some goons and DV buffs, you can get some of the towns. You can, yeah. They are a bit scary because they've got a wall on them, which gives the militia more DV, and there's a lot of DV in. Like, towns are pretty difficult to take with like really basic companies. I say difficult, I mean not in the later stages of the game, but in the early stages it can be a bit difficult having enough over there and then not somewhere else where you might need them. Not always there are ways to colonize at the top part of the map. You can, yes. It's a lot easier to do that now than it used to be in the older versions of the map. Previously, if your army was up north and you were attacked, like, down south, you would never get there in time. You'd just die. You always have to leave something in the southern part of the map. It's a bit easier now. Problem is Nat just went in all in with the town, no heavies, and pushed with basic units. Yeah. But I would be inclined to agree with that. That was a bit of a greedy attack, I would say. I'm not a nationalist player, so I can't really comment too much on other people's styles and what they choose to do. I do my best to avoid telling people that they are playing the wrong way, but if I was in Tao's situation there, I would have done my best to get at least one or two other villages, just because it helps your economy so much. And if you've got a decent economy behind your strategy, you can make it work. You know, like even if you lose stuff, you can still replace it, and it's a nice thing to fall back on. You are really walking a tightrope if you spend all your starter gold. You've got like a tiny trickle of gold per minute, and then it just doesn't work. Because you lose everything, you can't replace them. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look here. We are just going to take a look at round 2 very quickly. Let me just fill in the bracket as well. Sorry, I was kind of helping Zeza with this last time, but I forgot to start the damn tournament. I'm gonna have to disable the check-in because no one checked in on the tournament. Sorry about this, guys. You're gonna have to just look at my face for a while longer. It's just a lot of finicky things that need to be done, and unfortunately it just makes the whole process awkward. But we'll get better at it. As we go along, we will get better at it. Okay. Suppose I can just manually check people in, so... Let's check in Macton, Arides, Montanets, Tao, and Diego. Okay. Whoops, that restructured the bracket. Should have just reported as a... Okay, so Chondrus is not here at the moment, guys, is that right? We got out 6th at the nick of time. Okay. He just turned up. Okay, I don't believe he actually is set up with Radman VPN yet. Like, I was hoping to do all of this beforehand. Really? Yeah, big Chondrus. Diego versus Chondrus is on. Okay, so glad I didn't report that as a loss then, although I could have just backtracked on that. Yeah, okay. So maybe all of my stalling and making, taking way longer actually helped in the end. This... Oh boy. Okay. Uh, hopefully this doesn't take too long, because I don't think Chondrus has played with the patches or done anything at all. I'm actually shocked that the parrot has been so quiet this entire time. Okay, so for the purposes of this, the map bans, Diego and Chondrus didn't choose any map bans, so we're gonna have another round on Cave of Fear. I'm gonna stick with the same map. Let me just change to the bracket viewer over here, and hopefully it updates. Yes, there we go. So now we are gonna go into Just Diego versus Chondrus. Just Diego's name in game is No Fear. As for a bit of information about these two players, because they are new to the Discord, and I suppose I can't really go into too much information because I don't know what to share, and I haven't really asked them what they wish to share in the first place. But both of these players are... This is their first time playing in a tournament match, in a ranked sort of setting. Just Diego is someone who's been on the Discord for quite a while and has been helping with things for a very long time as well. They are the one who showed me about the DG Voodoo fix for the game, which is why we're able to watch it in 1080. And yeah, a lot of other fixes, just all-around technical person who does a shitload of research. So yeah. As for Chondrus, I'm very interested to see how things go with Chondrus. I'm not sure what their experience level is. I have never played any games with them or seen any of their games. So we'll have to see how this goes. As I said, both of them playing for the first time in the tournament. Diego has been in other games before. Okay. Are we in the game? Still waiting on Chondrus to get into the game before we get started. Sorry if what you're seeing is a black screen. For some reason, Kohan doesn't show up immediately. There you go. Hope it's not Avatar in disguise with those early elites again. Oh man, that would be hilarious. That would be absolutely hilarious. Yeah, for context, for people who don't know, Avatar is one of the new people who joined, I think, a couple of months ago. I played a game against them, and I was not expecting them to rush Elite as Nationalist first thing. And they had a company of Elite Guards with 2 clerics on them. And it was just enough healing that you no matter what you did, you couldn't get their HP down. I just had really basic companies at the time. Yeah, it was just a hilariously crazy defeat. I still got the replay somewhere. Maybe I'll upload that to the channel at some point. I'll just sort of record that and play this. Chondrus in yet? Oh wait, no, they are. They are on Radman VPN. Sorry about this, guys. Lots of growing pains in the stream. Both the stream and tournament and everything. This is very much a work in progress community. But I'm very, very glad that we're able to have these sorts of tournaments and events and stuff. And I'm extremely grateful to everyone who decides to commit their time and sort of keep playing this old game that frankly deserves it. You know, I don't give two shits if it's old. It's great. I mean, lately the amount of people in the Discord has actually it's been steadily increasing. Everyone watching the videos, everyone playing with the coming in and joining in games, or maybe even just the single player people who just want to like be in the community and just chat and find like custom content and stuff. Yeah, it's just we've gotten a handful of people lately, and the server's starting to feel a bit more full, which is really nice actually. It's not what I expected at all when I first started the server and there were like 5 people. Wait, the player count has been increasing. It has, GameBoon. It has indeed. I still remember the days when it was just you, me, Vitesse, and Tao, and like that was the community. Things have gotten so much bigger. Yeah, I see him in Radman. I just don't know. Yeah, okay, he changed it to Chondrus. His connection looks a little bit weak, but he should be able to see the game in the LAN browser. I think in future, to avoid traffic jams like this in terms of what we're supposed to be doing in sequence, we're gonna we might just have to implement some sort of thing like you have to be like, this is the reason why I wanted to focus on the check-in, you know, everyone's sort of like ready and getting into it. I understand that he misunderstood the time zone differences, but for the record, Discord shows whatever time you see on the Discord event is the correct time for you. It does change to your time zone, and same with challenge as well. So there are two things that you can check to make sure what the correct time is. I think the reason we started a bit earlier is because Zeza was... Okay, I might just have to MacGyver a solution here. Whoever uses... I don't even know what the word... How many people actually know who MacGyver is? Certainly not me. But we're gonna have to find a workaround. Okay, Diego just dropped out. Maybe it's time to get back into it. Yeah, I would say so, actually, Gameboon. I would certainly say so. Things have been quite lively. Right, okay, cool. We got Chondrus in here. It's been a big delay, but we will see the Lord Mecton and Arides games very soon. The reason... well, we're basically letting Challenge build the bracket for us. I mean, if I just go back to the bracket view very quickly. Yeah, as you might notice, Lord Mecton and Arides start in round 2. And that is because out of all of the tournaments we've done so far, the community on Challenge actually does have like a stat tracker. It has a MMR, so to speak. And Lord Mecton and Arides have both won the previous 2 mini tournaments. Well, the first one was Arides' victory, and then Lord Mecton won the June tournament. So they start in round 2, and the untested people, the newbies, the anyone looking to join the tournament that hasn't yet like ranked in skill will most likely play against someone else who hasn't they haven't been ranked yet either. So it's designed this way to sort of allow for people to not get eliminated straight like first thing when you play these sorts of tournaments. I am going to just quickly rush to the loo, and I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, okay. Are we ready to get started? Okay, I'll do a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown. You guys can see the stream, right? Okay, cool. Alrighty, so on the right hand side we have Chondrus, who is currently the green council player. And on the left hand side we have No Fear, which is also aka Diego. And they are playing as Royalist and going for a pretty solid opener, I'd say. It's important to get that early settler company so you can get things going, and now the parrot decides they are joining in. So I apologize for the noise in the background. They want to be on stream too. Yeah, okay, so looks like Diego's going for a early settlement, and this full scouts with a healer Kohan on it will be pretty good at taking out some of the weaker layers. My parrot agrees. Yes. Okay, got a medium, almost long company of engineers here from Chondrus. Pretty good so far, actually. I have to say, it's a pretty solid opener. Might not look like much at the moment, but the way that you choose to spend your starting gold kind of determines how the rest of the game goes, obviously. But the important thing is not to neglect certain things. You don't necessarily have to have this like amazing opener that takes out your opponent in 5 minutes, but when you're spending your starting gold, you should make sure that you've got everything that you need and that you haven't neglected anything. Got a bit of a lag issue here. Let's hope he reconnects and that his game hasn't crashed. It looks like his game has crashed. Can anyone... Wait, no, still in it. Perfect. Looks like Diego's going for his rune pretty fast. Pretty quickly. Hero-wise, let's take a look at the heroes that they both have. I can tell you right off the bat, Chondrus has some great heroes so far. Ravid and Jilla are two very good council heroes. We don't know who the third one is yet. For Diego, they have connection problems. But they also have Layla Javedan and the Hunter. And the Hunter is just one of the most boring heroes in the game. I don't know if we should remake, because it's not really going to make much of a difference. That's fine, Diego. I'd recommend having the stream off while you're playing, for multiple reasons. As far as I know, Diego is he's quite a significant geographical distance away from me at the moment. I'm originally South African, but I'm in the UK at the moment, and yeah, I believe Diego is in South America. I'm not sure if that is the case or not. This sometimes happens with Radman, even on good connections, is that, like, very rarely it will just constantly have issues. There will just be like the one occasion where you're playing, like, I don't know, You're playing for an entire week, and then on one day you just have connection problems for like an hour or three. Okay. Yeah, this is getting a bit much. Okay, I'm gonna pause the game. Okay, I actually cannot pause the game even though I'm the host. Yeah. There is one potential fix to this, and that is to just restart your connection on Radman. Like, you just hit the button and then hit the button and hit it again. It might also be because Chondrus is connected to me over direct IP address and Diego's not. We might have to rehost and use direct IP address. This is a bit of a clusterfuck. Okay. Right. Diego. Yeah. Okay. I think I know why, Diego. I think it's because Chondrus isn't able to connect through Radman. We have one person connected over Radman and one person connected over direct IP, and that's just it seems to cause problems like this every time. It is the reason why I wanted to. It is the reason why I wanted to get all of this out of the way before the tournament started, even though I personally have to admit I was not entirely ready at the same time, so multiple people late here. Guys, please don't join the game if you're joining over Radman. I'm gonna need people to join on... I'm gonna need people to join with public IP, so unless you're joining with public IP, please do not join. Diego, can you join with the direct IP? I also would really prefer it if you had the stream off while you were playing. I trust you, obviously, in that regard, but it'll probably be a lot easier on your internet connection as well. And I suppose I'll have to check Discord more often. I just don't really want to minimize. I only have one screen, unfortunately. Damn, guys, this really sucks. Can we just play players that are ready and have a stable connection? I mean, there's no prize pool or anything. Let's just play some good games. Yeah, I would have to agree. The problem is we won't, like, if we just put this aside, we're going to have to come back to it later. And that's going to suck just as much. Type in general. Okay. Type in general. I sent you a private message, Diego. The public IP is in the general chat. Like, I need to delete it afterwards because obviously I can't be sharing out my public IP address so publicly. But you need to join through that. Okay, you've joined. Okay, let's ready up and let's get going. Okay, same side, same colors. No, Diego is now blue. Okay, well, we can only hope this game goes smoothly and that we've figured out a solution to all future games going forward. Yeah, we need to... This was the result of not being prepared. A bit of a shame for Diego here. These heroes are not very good, and then again, Chondrus has got some pretty average heroes as well. Thaddeus is pretty much okay after we buffed him. Thane is obviously, he's alright, but these are all melee guys, and Dogen doesn't really give much. Same strat out of both of these players, technically. Yeah, same strat out of both. Sorry, I'm trying to stick to the tournament format, Lord Mecton, because this is a bit nerve-wracking for me as well. And looking at the tournament bracket, if we do things in the incorrect order, it does actually stop us from being able to play other matches. Like, you do kind of have to follow a rough order with them. And here's the thing, is that the winner of this match is going to be playing against Arides. And if we did the two matches back to back, that might be a bit rough. Even though at this point, like, there's nothing that really can be done about it. But it's better to get this game out of the way first, so that when you play your game against Immortalites, there's time between for your next game, that we're not like just doing back-to-back sort of things and giving people a moment. Like, for example, the people that are going to be playing in the losers bracket matches are probably going to get a bit more time just to sort things out and get ready and prepare. But at this point, this is taking a bit longer than I expected. Right, so on this side we have 23 income at the moment. We've got several footman companies, one long and one with a cleric support, and a 5-man engineer company here. Diego just took his lair, so he's got the gold for that. Looks like Chondrus is getting ready to take his Draugr. So far, making good use of the space, actually. I mean, they've both grabbed the Ironwood Grove No, actually, I lied. Chondrus has grabbed the Ironwood Grove pretty quickly. Diego is just getting his mines now. So, he's a bit behind. It looks to me like Diego might fall into the trap of... sorry, one sec. Whoopsie. Why would it do that? Oh my god, that's so stupid. Sorry about that, I just accidentally blocked Diego because I blocked him for 5 minutes because like the button prompt, like immediately if you just click twice it just like immediately blocks. Suppose that's convenient for more experienced streamers, but yeah, that doesn't apply to me at all. Okay, yeah, Chondrus is doing pretty well. He's got his Draugr pretty fast. Looks like Diego's getting ready to take that as well. He is a bit behind in terms of mines and claiming things, but he's spending his money wisely and getting Dragoons early. That's a full Dragoon company with a healer Kohan. Unfortunately, no blessing, no protection, which is not as great, but you know, healers are pretty rare on Dragoon companies in the first place. Yeah, so that's probably going to be quite an effective company for just sort of like you could use these guys to keep someone busy and just kind of swing the Dragoons around to finish them all. Yeah. So far, Diego's economy is not looking too good. As someone who plays Royalist quite regularly, he's in a tough spot. He's spent all of his gold, and he's like a tiny trickle of economy. And if he's not careful, all of his available gold is just going to go towards replacing companies in his army, and he's not actually... Like, you can strangle yourself as Royalist with all the cheap units and cheap resources that you're not actually growing, you're just sort of like replacing what you have. It's a very dangerous trap to fall into. I've played many games where I've been able to win with extremely low economy, just pumping out units and pushing them to the front, but if your opponent, like, in any way gets an edge over you, like you will lose. Like it's just inevitable. It's a slippery slope. You're either on top or you're a pleb. Yeah, Chondrus at the moment, pretty light, flexible army, I guess. And going to take his lairs, but it looks like Diego has other plans. These scouts won't last very long against this much footmen, especially not with the cleric support. But Diego isn't actually trying to get anything killed here. He's just trying to keep an eye on things and maybe like run in and bother or harass. He's using these Dragoons in the best possible way. He's using them to tank the harder enemies, because Dragoons can pretty much fight most, if not all layers. A full company of long Dragoons they'll fight anything. So he's claiming this layer really easily. Whereas on this side, this is taking Chondrus like far longer than it needs to, because he's having to keep things like free, ready, and waiting just to block the scouts from trying to kill this cleric over here. I wonder if Diego's going to go for one of the indies. These dragoons are kind of beaten up, but he could probably pull it off. Looks like these scouts aren't really keeping an eye on anything over there, but they can be quickly moved back into position. Chondrus doing a very good move here, which is getting just an additional settler company. Just going to put that down somewhere. And yeah, tower, workshop power. It can lull you into a sense of a false sense of security when you kind of neglect your economy as royalists, and you're just like, well, I've got billet, I've got all these discounts, I can run on fumes, and it's just like, yeah, you can, until things start going really horribly wrong, and you're done. So, bit of a... It's a bit difficult to say what's going on at the moment. I think both players are sort of like, this settler company needs to move out right away. For anyone watching who isn't aware of this, settler companies, you only really need 3 of them up for the optimal build time. You can, like, sit on the edge of the supply zone, and then you like wait till you just get a 4th and then kind of like go with it. But the only reason you would ever wait to get 4 settlers full health like this is if you were worried they were going to get attacked. This is a very aggressive settlement that he's putting down over here. I think this might be a very greedy play. It does give him a foothold into the middle, which could be used to his advantage, but if Diego punishes that, Chondrus is in a really bad situation economically. Personally, I would have, like, you can probably get away with sort of like tucking in, like, settlements that you really want to make sure you get your money back on them. You want to tuck them in to places where you can protect them easily. And there are several places in the south that are ideal for that. It looks like Chondrus is going to try to grab his lairs, and Diego definitely knows that the settlement is there because his scouts were here earlier. So I think this might just provoke a go for the throat from Diego. These footmen not doing too badly against the Shadow Beasts actually, because they count as cavalry, so they're getting bonus attack against them, and the cleric's little holy damage bonus is actually really effective. So once again, footmen proving that they are not bad units, not in the slightest. They're still useful at all stages of the game, they're just useful for different things. So if you want heavier infantry, you should go for those, because heavier infantry do a better job. The settlement spot is really good for defense. If you place an outpost next to it, it gives a lot of safety and map control. It's true, if you outpost it, it will be a much safer bulwark, but the thing is that Diego's probably going to come at him from the middle anyway, alright? So if you place something that can be used as a stepping stone into your own territory, all you really need to do is destroy. He doesn't have to raise it, that's the thing, right? He can, if he keeps it, if he holds it, imagine what he could do with the supply zone, like right there, and it's blocking off everything in the mouth of the area. Personally, I think that you should put the outpost down first here before you commit to a settlement, because you have no idea how things are going to go, and you don't want to give your opponent like a free platform to get into your base. So it really comes down to what your strategy is. You know, there is a lot of significance in where you choose to place a settlement. Either you're trying to keep it back and keep it safe, or you're trying to put it forward and use it to gain more map control. Chondrus taking advantage of the corner mines over here. That's going to be a fair bit of wood and stone for him. His economy plus 81 versus plus 44 for Diego's economy. Looks like Diego is... At 16 minutes, he's going to be relying on workshops, and no, actually not even. He's not settling either. Chondrus actually has more settlements. So it looks like Diego's going to claim this. He's going to get 2 extra company slots from that and a bit of economic power. But it looks like his army is mostly assembled for what he might be going for. He might just add a few like good tech companies on top of this, but it looks like this is what he's working with. This is what he's got. Chondrus, on the other hand, doesn't actually have any like heavy sustainable combat companies. All of these guys are very quick on their feet, and they're very good at responding to attacks and like sort of flanks and fast movements and stuff, but they're probably not going to hold the line against 3 or 4 companies coming at whatever it is. So yeah, Diego's just taken this thing. He's probably gonna, I wonder if he's gonna use this to get some more mana. Floating 9 mana. Oh shit, he is. Thank you, good call out. He's actually upgraded to city. I haven't been paying attention entirely here, and I probably should have paid attention more. But will the city actually get any benefit out of it? Because, I mean, from what I see, he did a good job defending here. He had them entrenched with a cleric. They made them far more durable, bought himself way more time here. And now he's got enough to chase this light force off. If he was using heavy infantry, actually, it would be much more difficult to chase this off. Especially the horse archers. So, he seems to be doing quite well. I would say he's saving up for elites. That would be my guess as well, Lord Macton, yeah. Definitely if he's floating, look at the amount of wood and mana he's floating. Those are going to elite bowman, no question. And I couldn't fault him on that decision, because that might just be the thing that will like bust through Diego's army. Diego is kind of taking control of his side of the map here, but the question then becomes, if you fail to protect your main, can you still recover? Because these are towns as well, right? Arguably, you probably get more out of a nationalist town than you would a royalist town, in terms of what you can recruit, so to speak. But I mean, if he's gonna commit to taking all these settlements, oh, there's the company of elite bowmen with double Stormlord. That is going to probably shred stuff, and it's gonna shred even more if he gets another company worth of it. Yeah, but Diego's not punishing for it. Yeah. This if Chondrus gets to Death Ball status, we know what's coming. Yeah, Tao, I agree. If the council player gets rolling and gets starting to Death Ball, yeah, it's gonna be rough. I have to say, kind of smart actually. He's been very economical with his companies. I mean, these footmen are probably dirt cheap if you recruited them with a carpentry guild. On the other hand, Diego does have a pretty balanced army here. Straight EBS is quicker to rush. I would have done the same thing, honestly. I wouldn't have bothered with the Stormlords. It would have been far more effective to 6 elite bowmen behind this little force, and then just push the advantage with that. Get the Stormlords on either regular archers or crossbows or whatever. You can bring them in later. But, like, if you're going to rush elite bowmen, probably better to spend more on just getting more of these guys, because they are your killing power, basically. Diego will still be fine if he flanks them well. True, yes. It's still very much possible for him to take out these Stormlords with a flank, but bear in mind they have their storm armor, which makes them very tough to kill. So Stormlords have never been easy to take down, and unfortunately Scouts just don't do the trick. Horse Archers might, but they have a massive amount of damage minus off of them. You're going to be dealing like minimum damage. the Dragoons stand a good chance. If he keeps the Dragoons back and uses them to kill the elite bowman, that would be top tier. Top tier play there. He's getting rid of the militia. Chondrus should really be worried here at this point, because once these guys, who are still fully healed for the most part, still quite healthy, start hammering on these light companies, they will not last long. Hard to Tal said hard to flank on that map. Militia block you every way, if not mid-map. Yeah. Or you can just use this tactic as Diego is showing us here. It does kill their attack value, but if you're quick with it and you're clean with it, you can sort of like move them in and out. So we have. This is a bad position for Chondrus to be in. These elite bowmen are going to get killed. Yeah. Here we go. Diego's responding to this properly. He's coming in for this well-microed push here. These guys are taking a lot of unnecessary damage just because they were out of position from the beginning. And oh, that was bad for them. That took a very long time for them to get to a comfortable position, and Diego's army is looking much stronger. This looks like it's Diego's game. It just goes to show, as a royalist, with your like mid-game options here, your horse archers, your indie units, your dragoons, your clerics, like scouts, footmen, infantry, grenadiers, like that sort of thing. Basic bread and butter troops, you kind of have to make it work, and luckily you have a lot more company caps, so you can sort of get that out there. Yes, the front line was very weak. I'm a bit disappointed on the early build of the build order of the council. I've tested settler first and short engineers better. The only difference between the two was engineers were up faster. Yeah. Sounds about right. Normally people go for settler first because they might want to like upgrade their village faster. But you're right, it's really doesn't matter. That you can use the engineers to take layers as well. So like it comes down to preference, really. Yeah. Let's see here. It's not. I mean, he's got the company back up to full HP again. If he can get something in front of it, he might just be able to salvage this. But he's not making enough companies. He's got enough economy. He's got enough gold. He's got enough. Yeah, this front line is too weak. I would have gone with infantry and cleric. Or even Gren and cleric. Because he has the... Wait, no, he doesn't have a blacksmith. Oh, that's going to cost him. He should have gotten rid of this quarry and gotten a blacksmith. But you know what, we can sit and speculate about what people should or shouldn't have done, but you know what, I think given his options at the time, he's making good choices. Going to Stormlords is 120 gold, and the Stormlords gold price, yeah, very expensive. These guys were just allowed to die, so this game is pretty much over. He lost his most important company here. Yeah. That is not looking good for Chondrus here. But as you can see, the difference between direct IP, like when one person is connected over direct IP, and the other is not, it causes problems with Radman. So better that we're all connected on the same thing. GG. Well played to both of our players. Diego did a very, very good job with just solid royalist fundamentals, I'd say. At least that's what I would call it. Chondrus did a good job as well. I wish he had protected that fancy company that he made. It would have been a bit more effective if he had kept it safe. But unfortunately, it got blocked off and died there. Alrighty. So... let us report on the scores and then show the scoreboard. So, if we were to take a look at our bracket over here and have it update there. Looks like we will be going into round 2. So, Lord Mecton and Immortalits. If you guys would not mind just... if you are connecting over direct IP or Radman, just make sure that the other person is connecting the same method. Yeah, no, Fluke is here. I hope Fluke is gonna be in Ascension Season 2. Hopefully that tournament is a little bit smoother than that. We'll have a bigger time frame there, because it's each round will probably be played over the course of a week, and we will probably not be casting very many games live, considering I'm playing in the tournament, so I'll have to play my own games. Oh god, Tao, don't do that to him. He's just come back. Is it one game eliminate or you play another? Alrighty, are we ready here? Does anyone want to repick colors again? Immortalits, and we're waiting on Lord Mecton. Yeah. Okay, so map ban wise, let us take a look at the. Sorry, I have one small screen and there's just so much on here. Right, so round 2. This is technically a round 2 match. We'll go back to the losers round 1 after this. We're gonna play. You can see on the screen at the moment there is 3 and 4 next to Lord Mecton and Aridy's games in round 2. That is the order in which we're going to be playing things. So we're going to 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so round 2, I believe we're playing on Blizzard of Oz. That is the map, and neither player has banned it. Lord Mecton does not have a ban this time for maps, so he's just playing with none. And Immortality is Alscar, so yeah. We'll be switching over to Blizzard. I believe the latest version is 1.95. Let me just check that again. No, it's 198. Okay, seems like the thing hasn't been updated, the 195. I think I'll show the game screen at the moment. I believe this is the correct map. I have unfortunately... No. It's 196. Where is 195 again, and 198. Okay, that is the correct map. Alrighty. Okay, so Lord Mecton and Immortalits. Do you guys want to pick your colors quickly? Because the last of the game was taking too long, but we can sort of take a minute to adjust the colors quickly. Everyone who isn't playing should probably be on the stream, so not to lag accidentally. we can still disconnect people who are observers. It's not too difficult, but I do agree. I would, if you don't mind and you're watching the stream, maybe hop out of the lobby. Lord Mecton, which color did you want? You're currently purple. Sorry about the delay. Cool. Okay. Okay, I'm unfortunately just gonna kick everyone out here. We'll have you rejoin afterwards. We'll have to... Sorry about that, no offense to anyone. Don't make a habit of kicking people, but let's just... Alright, in the bottom we have Immortalits, the blue council player. And at the top we have Lord Mecton, looking very classy with the purple seer. Yeah, unfortunately because we're running a bit behind schedule, this game should have happened probably about an hour ago, so things are a bit sort of antsy and tetchy. This is a rematch, so to speak, between Immortalits and Lord Mecton, the long-term rivals here, so shall we say. Hopefully we can see some interesting plays being made this game. I see Lord Mecton is going with a pretty solid opener. This is pretty much the economic opener. It's getting a either settlers or engineers or both, and just sort of grabbing a mine and doing the thing. And you can use the engineers to grab your lair as well. Right, sorry, I need to read the chat here. Right, that's the issue. They just need something not to lose to cheesy rushes, even the threat. Lol. Oh, snap plebs. New Acolyte. Is the Acolyte really that bad, guys? Like, really? Is it really that bad? Because the vulnerability thing that they had before is, like, it's fucking crazy. -8 DV. Like, that is really strong compared to Unholy Armor. Like, now they're just, like, tougher. But, I mean, wouldn't you really want that extra damage? We'll have to see. Like, honestly, I'm still on the fence about it. I do understand that people, it's not ideal. And honestly, I agree because my choice would have been Unholy Strength instead of Unholy Armor. You know, so the Prophet would have, not the Prophet, the Acolyte would still have more of a offensive sort of utility along with its more defensive passives. But yeah, looks like we have Lord Mecton trying to go for his lair over here. He has settled to that side to grab his wood. He's doing a pretty solid economic build there. Not being too greedy, sort of getting all his stuff. On this side over here, it looks like Immortalits is trying to gain an early economic edge with the 44 GPM versus the 25. But whether or not that'll make a difference remains to be seen, because at the moment Lord Mecton is actually doing a very good job with just sort of making his military companies and claiming his stuff on the map. Also, for Shadow Knight, there's no point to reduce TV. That is true, but it's just for the Shadow Knight unit that is true. Tau. Yeah, normally vulnerabilities like used in a death ball. Yeah, fully agree. Like it's just kind of weird. But the problem with 2 offensive debuffs is that if a unit is spell immune, like they can't be targeted with enchantment, the prophet will just, like the acolyte will just run in and die. So we had to give them something defensive to sort of keep them on the spot. So that's where he's either just chose Unholy Armor, which gives 4 DV and 10% max health, which to me seems a lot worse than minus 8 DV. But the combination with the Acolyte's passives make it like able to use with Shadow Knights now, and it makes things very, very tanky. But you know, like, to be honest with you, I'm just glad to see Sia actually having a pretty solid reason to rush for their elites. Like, I feel like that's a bit sad in the game where it's like, well, Sia has elites, but no one really sees them unless the game has gone on too long. See, that's the thing, is that the Necromancer will stand still and not move because they have Summon Skeleton. So it's just, you need to have like one of the spells not be related to debuffing enemies, and then they'll stay still. Acolyte Rush is legit though. Yeah, it is. It's even more legit now, apparently. Looks like Immortalis has taken his Haroon indie and he's just sort of like expanding out here and grabbing everything. He's taken his Lumber Mill as well, his Ironwood Grove. Hasn't taken his Bandit Camp yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Mecton has accomplished just as much and is just slightly ahead. Immortalis' economy is double, though. So, if this continues, we're going to see a major economic lead on the council player. Anyway, game, my bad. What? We don't see that much Oracle either, I agree. We did actually buff the Oracle. We gave them 2 more movement speeds, and then they move at 24 now. They are the fastest elite unit, elite caster. And we gave them some of the Paladin's Courageous buff. So they not, because their spells actually restore morale. So now they have like a passive that sort of slows the bleed as well. So they remove T-chat. We don't see. Oh, right. Sorry, we are 8 minutes in. It's my mouse button. If I accidentally hit it, it'll bring up the bar. Right. 100% they will certainly will lose comps to the spiders. Yeah. I think Immortalis might. Probably Lord Mecton as well. He's doing a good job scouting him. But that's fucking, yeah. Okay, so ladies and gents, this guy is the fucking worst. And by the fucking worst, I mean he's the best. Like, it must put a smile on every CF player's face when they get that guy in their lineup. Immortalis at the moment has 2 companies, and he has 3 settlements. He's upgrading Ethan's Reach at the moment, which is a very smart move. Very good economy. Lord Mecton, on the other hand, has 4 companies. He just recruited his Shadow Knights with Dreadlords. And Vashti, if she gets Wash of Pain, this is going to be very difficult to watch. Yeah, his economy is not so great, but he's sort of like building up a military here. I believe they might just be... I wonder if he'll do it. Immortalis rolling in gold, yeah. No, he is, plus 91. He's getting there. Look at that. Look at the resources. He is generating a wide surplus. I do think he should settle just like once more, maybe, at the very least. But yeah, his economy is sort of rolling at the moment. He should maybe get rid of this carpentry guild as well. Like, realistically, you don't need to have 2 when you're not recruiting out of a settlement, and yeah, this Carpentry Guild is not giving any discounts at the moment. Oh shit, I missed the dragon. Yeah, Lord Mecton just took the dragon, and he's taking his Holy Oasis as well. This gives a ton of resources. So, that is a huge advantage to Lord Mecton, and a very, very, very strong play. He's about to overcome the economic disadvantage just with that play. And... right, Immortality seems to kind of be sitting on it. Like, I don't know what he's doing at the moment. Saving up gold, maybe. Yeah, I think he's trying to build a recruitment settlement here, but he's just not doing much. The spiders are still there. Still waiting for someone to take them on both sides. There are still more indies to go out and claim on the map. And I believe they both have engineers. Yeah, no, you can maybe find something that you can put an outpost next to and build, even though that is quite expensive. Some call them dogs other than shadow beasts, some lost. Yeah, it's either or. It's either SBs, shadow beasts, or dogs. Quite a formidable army moving out here, and he's got another company, and this one is even more special because this guy, Sirad Aman, has modifiers provided extra unholy damage. So all of these Shadow Knights are going to be doing 2 extra unholy damage as well as just straight Vorpal. So there's going to be a lot of damage on this company. It's a melee powerhouse. Still looking clean. Yeah, it looks like he is smart. Very, very smart move. Immortalit's playing to counter this army composition. He's not investing too heavily into channelers because that is kind of useless against Shadow Knights. But against Volgari, these 2 companies might just last a while. We'll have to see how this goes. He could use a bit more cavalry, maybe a bit more scouts, just to sort of like wrap around and try to catch some weaker casters, but yeah. This might work if he manages himself well. I would still sort of let the militia tank some of this, at least. Or try to spare or keep as much HP left over as possible. Right, Lord Mecton scouting around over here. He's keeping that one at home for defense, I imagine. Probably expecting a sneaky attack. They are both ignoring the spider layers, are going straight in for the battle here. This might be a bit of an overextension on Lord Mecton's part, but he is looking very strong right now. Would love some super goats if he scouts the SKs. Yeah, that would also be a very good, very, very good counter there. These Wrens mopping up here. Oh, very, very nice. Using this footman to sort of tank the Shadow Knight's initial damage. These guys are taking a lot of damage now suddenly. Vashi, because she is in melee range. Okay, she just summoned now. There, Volgari doing his work here. Kyron's going down. But there's still more Grens. This is not winnable for Lord Mecton, and an overextension for sure. And Immortalit's using his money wisely, taking a nice middle spot there with his outpost. Probably going to claim these 2 mines. Definite overextension by Lord Mecton, but he didn't get punished too badly for it. He can still retreat and recover. However, it seems both players are going for very slow army compositions. So we're going to see very deliberate movements across the map, and it looks like either one of them might just opt to go straight for the finish and try to take the other one out, instead of going and playing around in the sides of the map. I do agree, the goats with double ranger, super goats. Sorry, for the people who are not familiar, Wind Riders are the mounted combat unit of Harun, and their nickname is goats. So Goats with Double Ranger would be a very, very good way of dealing with these Shadow Knights. Because they might be immune to the range damage from the goats themselves. Well, not immune, but resistant. Not as much as other CA units anyway, but they might be resistant to the range damage of the goats themselves, but the rangers will sort of get that 120% damage. And they deal a lot of damage already. Right, I thought so. It looks like Immortalis is counterattacking right now. And it looks like Lord Mechton might not be ready to meet him. He's got his Shadow Knights here. That's going to get contested very quickly. These guys are not in any condition to fight, and they need to move. Oh, if Vulgari goes down. He's going to get caught by spiders. Oh, right. Sorry, I missed that. He did indeed get caught by spiders. Sorry, I am watching the wrong spots at the wrong moments, but we'll hopefully catch everything that happened. Right, he actually lost his engineers there. So, Lord Mechton, let's see his XP totals. This Shadow Knight company better survive because it's nearly regular. And for Immortalis, this seems to be the best combat company at the moment, and it is retreating. Right, Lord Mechton, 4 settlements. Immortalis is at 3. But Immortalis is far outclassing him in terms of resources here, so like it just means he's gonna keep adding to this. I would say Immortalis is quite vulnerable to a raid at the moment, but maybe not even that will help. He's trying to tighten the noose. If he had an additional Shadow Knight company, he could have done it. I agree. Yeah. It was 3 Grens to 2 Shadow Knights. It's important to remember that Shadow Knights don't necessarily like straight up counter Grens, because Grenadiers still have a lot of health and they still have a lot of damage as well, but they are like brutally effective against them. So it's like it's 1.5 times effective. I would say, like, if the Grens outnumber you, it's probably not a good fight. Or if they go after things like engineers or footmen first, and then the Shadow Knights are killing the wrong things. Like there, they were killing the right things, and that's what happens to Grenadiers that are focused by Shadow Knights, is they just get melted. Dogan doing God's work. Look at that siege bonus! Holy shit! I didn't notice that before. Plus 10 to everything in the company. Oh, these guys need to run. Looks like Immortalis tried to tighten the noose, but his army's just not quite there yet, and he's getting chased back to the middle. And he's going to dry his tears with a $100 bill. And Lord Mechton going for a pretty solid strategy here, which is just get like a bunch of zombies just to thicken your company's outs to protect, like just to give them something else to fight while these guys do their work. Yeah, this is a pretty formidable army. Very, very slow though, and given the financial situation of Immortalis, he might just be able to immediately like whip up something to deal with it. We'll have to see. Quite impressive that neither spider layer is being touched this game. I think they've been made maybe a bit too irrelevant. Yeah, I'd say Shadlings could do quite a lot. I think he's used up most of his company limit though. Unfortunately, that is the thing, when you don't settle a seer, this zombie tactic is a lot less effective. You know, you kind of need to get a handful of villages. You can't just have like one town and one village and call it a day. Not that Lord Macton is doing that, he obviously has more, but you know, like the more villages you have with your company cap and the more that you can actually do with shadlings and zombies. Yeah, losing years hurts Macton a lot here. Can't heal the zombies easy enough push. Yeah, I would say. Thaddeus is down. Dogan is down. Karan might be next. That was devastating for Immortalits there. He needs to replace those companies like yesterday, or he is going to be in some serious trouble by the time this army kind of loafs its way down to the bottom of the map. He is doing a good job of spreading out his outposts and keeping sort of like supply range control of the map. Whereas Lord Mecton is kind of wandering into the desert without an oasis here, so to speak. He is now 9 out of 9, replacing his engineers. His most effective companies are a bit scuffed at the moment, but we'll have to see. This is still a pretty sizable force and can do quite a lot of damage. Like, this will be able to take a town's militia, no problem. So, if he doesn't... Ooh. Full elite bows. This could get interesting, because he has got some of his front line remaining here, but they are in completely the wrong position, and this city is going to be absolutely delicious. You might get one company of elite bowmen out of it, but I don't think he's going to hold this. This is going to result in a absolute blind panic retreat from Immortalits, because he doesn't know this is coming until they step into the supply range. People don't like PAL sticks. It's not really a thing at the moment, Fluke. They need someone more experienced to show them more tactics. East Spider's dead. No, they are still up. Yeah, this is not looking good for him. He's about to lose his most precious city. He could potentially shoot them from behind. There's no acolytes here. If he micros this properly, he might just be able to win this exchange. But he needs to kill his bone bows. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, he left them standing there for way too long. That was bound to happen. They should have taken a few shots and retreated immediately. Because, yeah, Bulgaria is a bitch. And these elite bowmen are strong, but they are... Like, once you let a single Shadow Knight hit them, you are too close. You have no front line. You have to keep backing off and retreating and kiting. This is pretty bad for Immortalits. He looks like he's counterattacking at the top here. The zombies are doing a good job of holding things off. The same can't be said for this city, unfortunately. Yeah, I believe that this is a heavy blow to Immortalits and his economy. Heavy. Yeah, as you can see from the gold drain at the moment, it's huge. And he cannot afford to keep that elite bowman company now that he destroyed his other town. I believe he also has no way of expanding. Yeah. All he has at the no, wait, he does have a way of expanding. He did manage to base trade. This is just the base trade at this point. Oh, that was raised as well. This is unwinnable for Immortality at the moment. Like he's going for a Pyrrhic victory. He didn't raise the gold mine. That's a good point, Tao. But I doubt Lord Macton's going to make use of that. Yeah, this is done. This is over. Lord Macton's speedily creating some indie companies just to sort of knock these guys down with arrows. He'll not see the Northville. Yeah, I don't think he will. He won't go check it out because he's worried the dragon might still be there. But yeah, from what I can see, the play to take this early and have that up has definitely enhanced Lord Macton's economy to the point where it overcame the advantage that Immortality gave himself with getting early economy. These elite bowmen are doing some work though. They are for sure doing a lot of work. He might actually be able to scrape a win out of this. He's running out of time. His gold is steadily draining. Minus 123. These elite bowmen need to get work done. The fact that the captain is dead is a huge problem because it means he can't retreat them anymore. So he has no idea where they're gonna go when they die. Sorry, when they retreat, when they flee. Oh, these elite bowmen doing so good. Oh, he raised the town. I don't know if this is gonna work because I mean, he's still got a city. He's got your city. He hasn't raised it. EBS with the ranger would be nice in this map. Fully agree. Would be a good thing. I would say elite bows with an oracle and one ranger would be a pretty solid company for Blizzard of Oz. Oh, he cannot afford. Yeah, this is overlooked. Once his gold runs out, once he's bankrupted himself, he's not going to be able to heal as fast, and there's nowhere for him to heal. Immortality tried to make it chaotic at the end there, and it was a very, very good attempt, but I think Lord Macton just had too much control over the situation. Like, he responded to that chaos very well. Who captured East Gary? Lord Macton. He is solid. Oh, he's got both Garys. I completely missed that. I am so sorry, guys. I've not been following the action properly. But yeah, Lord Macton he's got full map control at the moment, basically. Yeah, this is GG for Immortality. Well played to both of them. Very, very good game from both. Quite even, as you can see. Right up until Lord Macton probably got that Holy Oasis, because that is just a huge bonus. And Ice Streaks really aren't that difficult to take down. Like, their breath is kind of, I mean, it does damage, but it's kind of useless if you've got enchantment immunity. Okay, so let me report on the score here. Show you the board. So, taking a look at the bracket again, and our next game up is Arides versus Just Diego. Yeah, I would say that Immortality looked like he had a really strong start on the map. But as I pointed out earlier, like there was a section where he was waiting to get all of his economic upgrades and stuff, and it's just it there wasn't enough momentum. It kind of killed the momentum, and in that same time, Lord Mexon got the Holy Oasis. So yeah, next match up is Arides versus Diego. If you guys would not mind, right, Diego Arides right here. We are all ready to go. Oh, it's a Royalist mirror. This is it's gonna be interesting. It's actually the first time we've seen a Royalist mirror, I think. Oh, this is one of my favorite matchups. Swarms of... Sorry, I cannot read their wood units, I hope. Yeah. We'll see. The new players that have sort of, like, joined, I'd say third generation players, going by the Discord titles. Yeah, okay. Arides were good. No, let me check the map pool. Sorry, I'm going back to the bracket view quickly. We have round 2. It is Blizzard of Oz again. Yeah, we're going to be repeating the map since no one has any bans. Okay, let's do a countdown here and get ready. Alrighty. The top spawn we have Arides, the Orange Royalist, and the bottom spawn we have No Fear, who is playing as he is Black Royalist at the moment. So this is a Royalist mirror, which means heroes are going to come in. Arides does have Daria, but they also have the Hunter, and Diego has Azura and Roxana, which are not terrible. They're not bad. Azura's pretty good actually, but yeah, Sistark and Daria is pretty good for Arides to get, and we'll have to see how things go. Let's see here. Pretty similar, yeah, pretty much the same opener from both of them. They're starting out with scouts just to grab those indies and lairs and take a look around the map. And they are settling first thing. Let's see, Carpentry Guild and yeah, pretty much pretty much the same thing. It is a mirror matchup after all, and there are just certain fundamentals and bases that you want covered at the start of the game. So they are pretty much going to be doing the same thing. We'll see where their strategies diverge probably a few minutes in. Right, full company of engineers with Daria on them out of Ares. They're going to be very, very tough, tanky engineers. Still don't know who the third hero is for Diego, but we will find out soon enough, I imagine. Yeah, played pretty different, interesting meta developing. People use a lot more indies than I expected. Yeah, the indies are a bit better. We buffed the Gary anvils, back up to their, what was that? We found the middle ground where, like, we added 10 HP and then we added 10 HP more, and then we thought that maybe, like, 20 HP was a bit too strong. Turns out that it is actually not strong enough. Like, they kind of needed to be just a bit on the strong side. So they are back up to 250 HP for anvils, and I think their cavalry got a bit of a buff as well. But in general, the indies are pretty good. People like using indies. Wow, I think that's not winnable. He's just going to come in, take a look, and run out. Put our ass engaged. Crazy melee stats with immolation, yeah. Roxana is pretty good. The blessing is really nice. Yeah, it's crazy. Sia gets from 2 Kohan, that's nice. Melee immolation, yeah. It is pretty good. Problem is it only works for heroes because you can set them to engage or command. And if you put a shield like that on a unit, it will stand still. Unless it's specifically a hero and put it in engage and then it'll attack. I tried making like Cauldronite golems that had like storm shields, where they're like a bruiser with lots of HP and they sort of like cast the storm shield wade into battle. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. Crazy Lestial. Sorry, I missed that. Oh my god, I have not been paying attention. Yeah. Right, sorry, I need to pay attention to the game at the moment. Looks like Arades' company is taking a bit of a beating. He's trying to steal both of the leads. I think he was successful, according to the chat, at taking this one. Diego just desperately trying to get to his lair and take it out here. He's probably got enough there to take it. Arades focusing on the Haroon settlement. Diego's economy versus Arades' economy. Looks like Arades slightly better. Plus 10, plus 28. Still too low for both, in my opinion. But obviously the one you would prefer to have is plus 28. $12 damage versus 20. I don't know, Tal. These Dragoons were a smart choice from Diego. I think having them early is a wise decision. So we have Diego over here taking his rune. He's a bit behind Arides in this way, but no, I wouldn't say. They're pretty much even. Diego took his lair first, and is going after the Indy afterwards. It seems like Diego finished up first then. Alrighty. Wow, that took a bit longer than I would expect. Looks like Diego's having a look around. Very, very smart use of the Dragoons here. Going ahead and taking one of these corner indies. I think I just realized that the first losers round is going to be Tower versus Immortality again. I think. I might just... No, wait, no. Tower's going to be playing the loser of this match. So, yeah, I hope you're at the edge of your seats wondering who is doing better here, because seems like both of them are pretty neck and neck for a lot of different things. In terms of economy here, we have plus 60 for Diego, and these are all of his components, and plus 50 for Arides. So Diego is taking the initiative on economy there. It's a very, very slight increase, which will take a while to build up a lead, but you know, we'll have to see. Your seat is edged. Good. Fire Shield is 12 with Invoker, but Immolation is 25, and Ice Shield is 20. I believe it's because Fire Shield with Invoker covers the entire company, whereas for the other damage shield spells, they're mostly to protect squishy casters and nothing else. Got a light mobile Thost army here with Arides. He's got his company of Dragoons as well, and he's got Daria on them, so this one is a shitload stronger. We'll have to see how this goes, because he could just honestly just like roam around the map and raid with this company, and he would do fine. Arides just looks like he's having a look here, trying to bait out any companies, which does work. Press low AV, heavily punished by damage reflect. Yes, that's true. You say the sweetest things, Fluke. Always agree. With then 10 DV versus Archer's Ice Shield. Yeah. Well, it's to protect the squishy caster. It's not like it's on some like 800 HP dragon unit or something. Like some of the spells, that's one thing to realize in the game, is that like some of the most overpowered spells are on units that would be utterly useless without them. Like, you don't have to look much further than things like Battle Priest, or, like, I don't know. Anything with a damage shield is like, yeah, it's a great spell, but, like, it's on a pretty... It's not exactly on the best unit for it, you know? I mean, looks like we might just see this Indy go down. Maybe the Spider Lair as well. He's got a pretty solid rating force here, and this might just be the thing that, like, closes out the game. Because, Arides is spread out, Diego's not. It's okay. Yeah. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Yes. The best time to attack. Oh, perfect sandwich. Go ahead and help yourself to trying to kill Daria there. Oh, this is quite a nice steal. Very, very smoothly executed by Diego. Brilliant steal. If I could use both hands while also holding on push to talk, I would clap right now. That was an extremely slick maneuver. Well played, Diego. Yeah, this is forming up to be quite impressive. I have to say, Wind Riders are... They do have like an inherent archer resistance, which makes them good against other horse archer units. They are very expensive though. Like, honestly, you could just look at it like, sure, they are better like anti-archer units, but like I could just have 2 companies of horse archers. Yeah. But I suppose his economy is very neatly balanced at the moment. Oh, okay. This has kind of put Diego in a dangerous position here because his best companies are sort of spent while Arides has got more to use here. And really, really need to keep his captains alive. Oh, speaking of keeping captains alive. Oh, what? That? Okay, yeah. That's an alive captain. It's an alive hero. Hold on. That was good timing. Very good timing. See, now Arides is backing off and giving him some space to breathe. He probably doesn't know how much he has down there, but it seems like his army is significantly more healed, and when he's letting his opponent sort of recover here. Honestly, I think at this point Arides should move this Dragoon and Horse Archer Company somewhere else to another side of the map. Maybe try like come in from the side, take out these things and raid them here. Would be a better option than trying to fight like a pitched battle over here. Archer Sorceress, either one of them could go for that and it would be brutally effective, yeah. But at the same time, with them being Royalist... Oh wow, that's unique. Arides is not using a billet at all. Huh. Okay. Yeah, see, normally with the billets, it's pretty simple just to get a temple And then you can easily crank out paladins as royalists. Like royalists probably has the least amount of problems getting paladins. But so yeah, your sorcerer strategy would work, but like you couldn't overinvest into it. I would say like no more than 2 companies of sorceresses. Sold it. Maybe you haven't been paying attention. That's true. You might have sold it. I don't like. Yeah, it's probably pretty likely that he sold it. Maybe to make up for some sort of economic deficit. It doesn't look good for Diego. This is quite a few units here. Yeah. He's got sorceresses as well. Sorry, I'm yawning. I did not get much sleep last night. 2 sorceresses? Yeah, that's enough. That is enough to chip away at what he's got here and really put pressure on him. Good positioning. Arides, yeah, good positioning, I agree. Arides has a build where he starts with the billet, gets Dragoons out, and then sells it for a library for fast tech. Ah, okay. Yeah, I imagined he got a billet like earlier and then got rid of it, because there's no reason not to rely on the billet, at least at the start. This is a pretty reinforced position. I don't know if Diego has enough money to dump into these 2. I guess he's protecting his stronghold. This is going to be quite a tough one to break for... No, never mind. He just lost a lot there. Scouts, engineers, and dragoons, and heroes. Yeah. That was painful. That's going to cost Diego. Arides, on the other hand, has an enlightened aria. So even better. And in terms of companies, these horse archers are doing pretty well. He's got 1 more company over Diego. And it is not having too much trouble like taking him apart here like he's a can opener. Need some flanks on them, backline, outposts, and gold mine. Ouch, yeah. Yeah, he could potentially lose a lot though. It is still within the guard zone, or at least the... what's the word? Effective guard zone, because, like, if... Well, with the way zone of control works, there's no way they'll be able to... Like, you'd really have to, like, sneak in on this side and try to take it there. Looks like Arides is turning around and focusing on something else. One Sorc, one Magician can work. Like, sorceresses, you don't necessarily have to put them with other sorceresses. I just like doing it because if I'm going sorceresses, I need a number of them, and I'm gonna, like, try to get them as fast as possible. Like, normally you don't have the mana to waste on extra Magicians. But it's not a bad idea. If you can pull it off, then it's probably better. I just do it out of sheer efficiency. Yeah, what a back and forth. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Quite a back and forth going on at the moment here. We'll have to see how things kind of turn out. I think Arides is taking the wiser option here and just straight up going for a raid, but at the same time, Diego is going to try to break this over here, but this is a very tight choke, and there are a lot of militia in these royalist settlements, so this is going to take a while, and by the time he notices that he's getting raided on his other side, it might just be too late for him. I could justify Sork Magician with just spell immunity and not countering them. And they take Boldings. Yeah, it's true. Like, it's probably a good idea to mix your sorceresses in places because, yeah, they'll probably always be useful against cavalry, but, yeah, if in the event you're fighting on, like, a front line and there's magic immune units, then at least have the Magician. Let's see here. Does Diego have goat wilds here? Let me have a look. No, it's Magician. It's not Wild Seeker. Well, he took this village, which I think he can hold on to. It would be a mistake to raise this. But, yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. And I don't think it's recoverable damage. He just doesn't have, like, spare towns lying around. Not many people do at this stage of the game. Once again, I think he should hold this. He should keep it. I wouldn't raise it. It is a bit of a waste, yeah. I mean, you can see how significantly slower this company is versus this one. And this one is trailblazing. And it's all because of the Magician. You really have to keep in mind the overall speed of the company, because the company will only move as fast as the slowest unit. This is rough. He raised that. If he had kept that, it might have been a bit difficult to defend, but I think it was still worth keeping it. Because, yeah. Exactly. If you're going to go with magicians on Haroon companies, you might as well just use the Foot Archer, the Rainbringer. Because Rainbringers are not bad. They are, like, significantly better than regular bowmen. It's just that goats are just amazing because of their movement speed. This is a major setback to Diego. But yeah, we decided that the Gari Anvil, unfortunately, is still very expensive, and it needed just a little more effective HP to actually like feel like a tough unit. I think Army favors Diego. Diego's got an interesting front line, but I'm not sure if it favors him. I think in terms of just sheer amount of stuff, I think Arides has got things down here. You'll notice that at this point in time, the only ranged companies that Diego has access to are just the goats, basically. Whereas Arides is slightly more in terms of ranged firepower. Isn't Gari Anvil 1 iron only? Yes, it is. It is virtually the same or very similar to a infantry unit, but with different bonuses. And obviously way more expensive, so I mean the infantry unit is good. The Gari is just better in most situations. It's a really strong infantry then, basically, yeah. They're quite tanky against, well, the nice thing about them, the main benefit of them is the natural enchantment immunity. Which means you can just use them straight and they will not freeze, not do. Yeah, actually, that was a good observation, Fluke. You're right, Diego does have the advantage in terms of army. I forgot how much these sorceresses were doing. But yeah, the Gary Anvil has slightly more HP than regular infantry. Magic resistance and spell immunity. And higher DB as well. But like other than that, they're pretty plain basic units. Oh, this is just getting pried apart here. Oh, okay. GG. Arides wins. Well played, guys. Yeah, well, that flank was the thing that won, I think, at the end of the day. Yeah, that was an awesome fight. What a way to finish the match there. Wish I was a better play-by-play caster, but you know we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, let me record the score there. And now we get down to the losers round. The losers bracket. Let me get to that screen here. So, we have Justiega versus Tau. This is going to be an interesting match. That I actually really want to watch this. But that is not our next match up. The next match up is Immortality versus Chondrus. So, I hope everyone is... Maybe if you're watching the stream, it's time to join. But you're going to have to use direct IP Immortality. And now we're just waiting on Chondrus. Okay, and the map choice this time around for the losers bracket, I believe, is going to be Destiny. I don't think anyone has Destiny as a banned map. So these Destiny, I'd probably say, is one of the more balanced maps in the pool. And strangely enough, Cave of Fear is actually really balanced these days as well. So is Blizzard of Oz. So the sort of medium-sized maps are doing really well. I think the bigger macro maps like Alskal and the Forge kind of bring out more late game skill from people. But yeah. Right, we got Chondrus and we have Immortality. It's not in yet. Could have easily been today. I think you might have won if you just went for the base trade. Dragoons with the protection are just unkillable without magic damage. I think they can be melted very easily if you sort of focus on lots of ranged companies. Like like 2 companies, horse archers can probably take them out if you microing them well enough. I think I think destroying the village was because that spot where Arides put that one village is like it's one of those spots where it's pretty easy for you to defend as well. Like, it's in a nice choke for you. So you can hang on to stuff like that. You don't necessarily always have to raise things. Maybe it was a smart choice given he was like planning on committing to the other side of the map instead. But it does really slow you down. It just goes to show that you kind of need to have raid protection. Put outposts in the guard zone of settlements that you don't plan to have army nearby to protect. Use footman companies to assist the militia and keep things off of them. It does help, it does make a difference. Alrighty, who are we waiting on? Why are we waiting? Why is there still more waiting? Hey, Immortality, are you joining? Right, you joined. Okay, cool. Never mind, sorry. Oh boy, this is gonna be a council mirror. What fun. Council mirror on Destiny. Right, the latest version was 1.96. Is that correct? Yeah, 1.96. Alrighty. Let's get the countdown in and let's go. And whoopsie, need to switch to the game screen. Okay, we are currently on Destiny, and on the left-hand side we have Immortalities, the orange council, and on the other side we have Chondrus, who is council as well. This is a council mirror match on Destiny, and we'll have to see how it goes. Yeah. Looks like we got some good heroes for Immortality. He's got Ravid, Kyron, and Eben, which are pretty good. And on the other side, we got Amber, also very good hero. Ethan Delrobo, he's not terrible. He's a bit of, he's all fish face, so he's not awful. And Thane is my favorite, so you know, even if he's bad, he's the Jamshi Javadan of Council, and people kind of feel a bit sorry for him. But his like ascended abilities are just amazing. Like Immortal Fury is just so cool. Alright, taking some... building some settlers, taking a mine. Looks like going for a very conservative, defensive settlement placement there for Immortality, so we can claim that mine early. He's okay. You're saying. Courage is underrated. Big true. Not just in Kohan. Right, pretty similar so far. Engineers and settlers, and engineers and settlers, and we'll have to see how this goes. Ravid doing his best to kick some ass here against some skeletons. Doing a good job. There you go. The lair is taken for Immortalis. Chondrus on this side is not really in a position to go and grab that yet. Maybe he will soon, but it's okay. They're both doing things at their own pace. Let's take a look at their components here. Once again, economic components in their main settlement from Immortalis. He's using that carpentry guild to get some cheap footmen and scouts. Very efficient build. You got plus 46 economy, and on the other side, Chondrus is quite far behind. He pretty much has just the economy from his settlements. Like, he's just collecting tax money. That's about it. Basic components. Pretty similar army composition though. He's opting for full company. He's trying to get the most out of every slot, and I don't blame him. But he has locked himself in. Both of them have locked themselves in now. They can't settle again until they take an indie. So which one is it going to be? Looks like Immortalis is going after his Slannery over here. And on the side, just going for Les from Chondrus. I would have to say it does look like Chondrus is lagging behind a bit in terms of their like neck and neck sort of pace. Chondrus is the one behind. Immortalis knows his meta with Kohan and shit. I like it. Early grabs because Holy Kohan versus Shadow, no long nears, etc. Yeah. No, he's Immortalis has a pretty solid fundamentals in the game as well. He's I enjoy the fact that Immortalis likes to experiment with different things and kind of use the game differently to how we would. Unfortunately, it does result in a bit of frustration at times with balance issues, because I don't really like changing things too much unless there's a need for things to be changed, and even then it's like slight minor tweaks. But yeah, as it stands, with the way that Immortalis uses the units as they are now, it's very creative. I do appreciate that. Looks like Chondrus is making a good move. He's taking the initiative here and going to go scout. Maybe Immortalis had the same idea. These scouts are going to run into each other, and the one with a hero on them is definitely going to win. Immortalis does have his indie, which means he can get more companies here, and Chondrus cannot. Oh wow, does it actually... Oh wow, it shows you there where they've been told to move. You can see where they're moving if you select them. He's gonna go for this Haroon Sanctuary here. And on this side, he's bringing them back for the Haroon Sanctuary as well. What is... Immortalis is going after his banner camp over here. And gonna go scout with these guys over here. For sure, everything has its use, in my opinion. I think it's just awareness that the uses is a problem, and that's just an experience thing. Yeah, for sure. Like, for sure. A lot of people don't see the unit choices that they have in the same light as the game tries to present it. Maybe the game doesn't do a very good job of presenting your options to you, and doesn't necessarily hold your hand and tell you, oh, this unit is used for this, use it like that. So some of the options don't seem as viable, but in actual fact, they are. Ooh, this Ranger nerd is pretty good now. Let's... a look. Yeah. 3 companies for Immortalis. 3 companies for Chondrus. He's also got his indie. But I think this is going to take forever to entrench. Engineers do have a lower base time to entrench, but the main reason they entrench so quickly is because of support. If you were planning on doing something like this, maybe you should have opted for longer engineers. But yeah. It does look like, to me, like Immortalis is ahead. He's simply just claimed more layers and he's on top of things a bit more. It does look like Chondrus is not doing too badly, though. Hey, what's up, Arturi? No Zeza today, I'm kind of covering. Sorry about the message bar keep popping up. It's because I have a shortcut bound to one of my mouse buttons, so I can hit enter on those prompts really quickly. Yeah, it kind of opens up the chat panel occasionally. It does kind of look like Chondrus is sitting a bit. He's not really doing much. He upgraded one of his settlements, and he now has 6 company slots. It seems like he's preparing to recruit something that requires a barracks. And plus 95 to plus 42, yeah. Pretty safe to say at this point, Immortalis is ahead. That might change very quickly depending on what Chondrus recruits, but Immortalis for the moment is very much ahead. If an attack hasn't come in by 11 minutes, yeah, your opponent is booming. You need to do something about it. Either be booming yourself and just pray that you boomed harder, or actually like get in there and do something. Pretty basic components so far from Chondrus, but that's okay because you don't necessarily need complicated components with Council. We have a Slandery company coming out of Immortalis. This is probably going to be the thing that wins the game. No joke. I don't think Chondrus is going to switch to Paladins very quickly. At the moment, Chondrus is relying on mostly melee companies, which were heavily affected by the ensnare because they can't get in to fight. And the Slandery company is quite tough, so he doesn't have any like DPS to like melt it quickly. So, yeah, this is pretty bad. If Immortalis gets another company of this, he could probably like just straight up march on the enemy and win. Yeah, staying back on low eco and not amazing tech is usually not a way to victory. Exactly. You kind of need to be doing something. Like if it's part of your plan to sit and wait, then maybe it's not such a bad idea. Because normally you're like booming behind it and getting a ton of gold. But even then you should be spending the gold and looking for ways to use it. I'm afraid there's no way around scouting without it. It's always just a gamble. Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, you don't need to continuously keep scouting. I mean, you can sort of get a read on your opponent's economic situation just by scouting their half of the map early in the game and then seeing all the different settlements that sort of pop up and then like whether or not they took their indies or how many mines they have, because you can see all of that. So, yeah, it's still gives you a good indication on what's going on, but you kind of have to multitask it, and a lot of people don't like doing that. Very solid move by Immortalis here, just reinforcing this Haroon so it's not going to get taken. Very solid move by Chondrus, actually. He's got a company hanging back, waiting to defend the Haroon. Problem is, it's got one of his heroes on it. So, this is not the kind of company you want to leave to babysit. Rather have your hero out doing stuff, like maybe even on the scouts. And And yeah, he doesn't have that much. Like, his economy is kind of ass. For 15 minutes in, having 27 eco is bad. Like, you will fall behind. You needed at least plus 50 or plus 60 to at least replace some of the things you lose, like outposts or, you know, settlers or companies or whatever. Would garrison extended walls be viable on Indies? By extended walls, you mean fortified walls. This one here. Nice, taking this quite cleanly, but I get the feeling that if Immortalix wanted to finish the game now, he could. It would be difficult. He would need, like, an engineering company sort of putting down outposts and paving his way. I usually find it too expensive to be worth it, but it can be worth building your main if you're afraid of the base trade. I'm building an upgraded wall, at least, not that expensive, not sure it's the best way to go. Elites still capture these. Yeah, elites are going to capture anything easily. Literally, the wall is just there to prevent you from losing a town to, like, something really stupid, like scouts or footmen, you know? Like, it's not going to stop, like, even most mid-game companies. Yeah, okay, so if you're referring to the fortified wall upgrade, which increases the militia capacity with garrison, it does stack with garrison, meaning that you get even more. And garrison gives some nice bonuses as well. So yes, it is viable. It's always viable, in fact. Fortified wall is the reason why people don't pick it. Is actually nothing to do with how effective it is, because it is pretty effective at what it does. But it doesn't increase the rate of militia, like regeneration. So fortified wall is only as good as it can be right at the start when you've got max militia. That's it. After you lose a few like militia people, then watchtower immediately becomes better, because it's like, if you're gonna if the militia are gonna trickle in, might as well give them as many bonuses as they can get. Like, fortified wall does nothing if you do not have max militia in a settlement. But I would say if you were to go with a fortified wall, combining it with a garrison is a very smart option. This isn't to maximize that bonus. Right, so let's take a look at what people are doing over here. We have 5 settlements for Chondrus. He is expanding as he should be. Very, very good. Maybe a bit late to focus on economy now, but you know, actually no, it's never too late. It's never too late. 5 settlements for Immortalix as well. His heroes are doing okay. We'll see some enlightened heroes soon. As for his companies, his engineers are regular. How nice. This hasn't been jacked yet, so of course Chondrus is gonna go help himself to it. Neither has this mine at the bottom either. I feel like Immortalix is sitting back a bit too much as well. Like, he really should be like trying to use stuff and hunt down more mines and like maybe spread out his supply range a bit more, especially if he's gonna go with this sort of like wide strategy that he's doing. And also take these mines, like go and check if they're there and go and help yourself to them. I mean, granted, I'm not the person to say this because I always just assume the mine isn't there anymore and I forget it. But yeah, I guess if anyone is able to sit around and wait, it would be Immortalix at this moment, because he is very firmly ahead in terms of economy. I'm seeing a bit of lack of focus in Chondrus' army here. If you have time to sell and build a wall with healthy militia, the DV is plus DV is worth it. Yeah. Holy crap! Roytown goes to 24 with garrison, 36 to with fortified walls. Yeah. Royalist. The main benefit of Royalist is the militia bonus. Thankfully, because of billets, they probably won't get garrison too often. And I know personally, as a Royalist player, I'd rather just have a watchtower instead of fortified walls. Because I'm normally there with my army, sort of like backing up the militia and trying to help. So the extra DV on the militia buys more time for my companies to heal. Looks like we are going to see some elites. He could close the game out right now, though. But he obviously doesn't know that. Looks like we're finally moving in with what we have here, and it will probably do some damage. It'll probably be able to like at least start damaging this town before the rest show up. Now this strategy looks very familiar. I like it already. I normally enjoy doing the same thing and putting my outposts down over here because it kind of overlaps over the lip. Still gives supply range over here. And oh, these guys are going in for an attack. I wonder if he knows this is here. Yeah, just building the outpost around the corner makes it much easier to get into the guard zone and get rid of the zone of supply. Okay, calling those guys back. Yeah, those guys are going back. These guys stand still. Yeah, I think Chondrus has lost a bit too much here. Oh no. Cost a hero. I think I know this has been running on a bit too long and we're a bit over schedule here, or behind schedule. Oh. Very oh, he lost the captain though. This is very expensive thing to waste. If Chondrus really wanted to be a dick, he could just chase this and kill it. Because it has fuck all morale and the captain is dead. You could just endlessly chase this until it can't bother you anymore. It can't hurt you anymore. He's got his elite archers. He's got crossbowmen. Let's take a look at what he's got here. He's got these guys. Full elite archers, long scouts, crossbowmen with magicians, rainbringers with magicians. He's got his slandering company. He's got long footmen, and Chiron just was removed and put onto, who knows. Okay. Yeah. That is Immortality. His economy's taken a big hit, but I think it might just be the elites doing that. Chondrus, let's see, has less companies. He's got these bowmen with magicians that he just made. He's got just straight long wind riders, long footmen with the Kohan on them, long scouts, and long engineers. Pretty basic army. I would have to say Immortality's composition is looking way better at the moment. Like, not even counting the elite archers. Fanatic Oracle. Sorry, no, Cleric Oracle. Okay, he's pumping up these guys max HP. But I wonder what he's guarding against. I mean, it's effective, but normally you go with the max HP on like a large amount of damage from a certain type that you just cannot deal with. And you just want to get more health. Oh, what a company. Blessing, protection. Oh! Oh, thank you for pointing that out to me, Lord Macton. That is absolutely correct. He's got protection, blessing, and invigorate on this company. The Oracle is actually a stronger healer than the Channeler. Mainly because the Oracle technically has 2 healing spells, or 2 spells that have healing effects on them. But protection is like, it just makes a difference. Is the combination of protection and blessing is just really good for effective HP. So this company is really fucking scary. I can't wait to see how it does. Armor of Light potentially even, yeah. Armor of Light is a very rare ability though, but yes, you're right. A Ravid does get that at later experience levels. Yeah, I'd say that's GG. This is pretty much done. Once again, letting the captain die. Like, really, you gotta keep these guys in command. Because, like, it's so easy to lose them. He's lucky that that cleric routed in that direction. But yeah, this looks like Immortality basically just closed the noose and went for the neck. Very good games though. I have to say Chondrus is playing much better than I thought he would. And is definitely not, he's not out of his depth here. Like, he's going up against more experienced opponents, I would imagine. Immortality does have quite a bit more experience since starting with these tournaments and playing more practice games. Yeah, this is literally just comes down, this mirror matchup came down to a battle of experience, and both of them had good tactics and good methods, but Immortality is just more focused on ending and like getting what he needs, and he has got what he needs. This company is super fucking tough. Yeah, look at that, barely fucking tickling them. Nah, but they're gonna get flanked. Oracle can't cast when she's in melee combat. But they cleared it out nicely with the Elite Bowman. Very, very good company combo here. Magician's still pretty strong. But it's holding up as a front line. The healing is very strong. Like, the damage and the healing is sort of counteracting each other here. Very nice composition here. Oracle's chill. She has HP and DB. Yeah. Well, the Oracle is... Okay, so the Oracle might not be as good as the Channeler, because their kit is just, like, different. It's focused on different things. The Channeler is just exceptionally good for what it gives you in one unit. But the Oracle's not a bad elite unit. They are the strongest healers in the game. Whether or not that actually means something is up for debate. But this is the ideal situation to use them, is to have protection on the Kohan and then get like all 3 bonuses. But even this company, as powerful as it is still weak to enchantment magic, because you have to make the choice. You know? But the Oracle is the strongest healer in the game. It is also the best unit for restoring morale, which is something no other unit can really lay claim to. Okay, GG. Well played to Immortality and to Chondrus. Very good game. Yeah, well that's the thing, Fluke, is that it's not really always seen as fair. Like, it's kind of seen as like a glaring weakness, and unfortunately, it's what it's meant to do. Is have a weakness. Well played, guys. Well played. I will switch to the score screen. Right, so thank you very much to Chondrus for playing. You got some good games in, and I'm sure that this will... all of these matches that we're playing at the moment all contribute towards your MMR, and although you might not have done as well as you would have wanted to, but you might not have done as well as you would have wanted to, but you still have an MMR. You have played your first games, and it's just... you'll probably see a lot of benefit to that. Thank you very much for joining in and playing. I hope you continue to watch the stream afterwards. I'm almost tempted to ask for a 10-minute break now, but we can go ahead and do the Diego versus Tao game. And yeah, no, Chondrus, you played really well. You definitely did. I think that your matchups might have been a bit unfortunate, but that happens in tournaments where, like, Diego, I think he's a very experimentative type, and he's kind of got a lot of plans, and sort of like he's ready for a lot of different situations. And I think Immortality just has that sort of experience gap. But yeah, I do think that I'm not going to dispense advice. Yeah, that's a bit disrespectful to you. You played really well, and I don't want to shit on that at all. So yeah, thank you very much for playing. Right. Alrighty, let us go into our second round 1 game in the 1v1s. Sorry, in the round 1. I think if anyone doesn't mind, if we could just take a very short 10-minute break between, like, after this game, and then we'll kind of get back to the semifinals. Right, so is everyone ready? None of you had Destiny blocked, so we're going another Destiny game. Good luck, guys. Alright, on the left-hand side we have our orange Royalist player, Diego, or otherwise known as No Fear, and on the right-hand side we have Tao as the Nationalist. Let's see how these guys... Let's see how these guys do. Arides, Lord Mech, and I think we actually need to, because of the way that the tournament went today, I think we might have to finish this up next weekend. Because I'm not planning on having an event for August. It's going to be a sort of open month. Maybe we could do something less serious. Are you sure? Everyone's still okay with playing? Because I do have a time limit. Right now it is currently almost 5 o'clock. Oh, D&D got cancelled. Okay, never mind. My schedule actually freed up as well. That's a weird coincidence, Lord Macton. My D&D session got cancelled. That's very sad. I like D&D. Oh, okay. Tao might just be in good form. He's got the chosen one. Gavin Barham. Galen could be good here. Depends on what kind of composition the enemy goes with here. I wasn't sure if Galen was fixed by an update. I can't actually read what's on this side here. I don't remember him having Culture Note damage. It's the will of the Kohan. the heart of the Kohan. Heart of the amulet. Law of attraction. The chosen one. Yeah, okay, so in terms of these guys' openers, Tao has a very special NG company. Holy shit, the hero choice that Tao has gotten. Like, Galen's not terrible, but I mean, like, could you imagine if you got like Nava and Ethan? Fucking hell. Now he has to make the choice if he gets Disciples, which hero does he put on them? The better hero, which is Sebastian, or the hero that's meant to be on them? I don't think he's gonna rush Disciples. He might be tempted to with his hero choices. I think he's probably very happy about the heroes that he got. But at the same time, Diego's hero is not too good. Like, as a royalist, I can tell you, Lucius is kind of... He's not super useless. On this map, Xerxes gives Trailblazing, that's pretty much the only thing he does, and is a ranged hero. Like, I would use Xerxes on my settlers, honestly. You could babysit the settlers. If you use F1, yeah, I know. I use F1 in-game, it's just I'm basically casting one-handed, as wrong as that sounds. Because I'm using the push to talk button on my mouse. You need to buff Xerxes. Yeah, he's kind of pathetic. Royalist heroes are just sad. most of the time. Unless you get like, if you get like Daria or Dylan, if you get the D as Royalist, you're good. So Xyz is the best hero for raiding playstyle. Maybe. It depends on the map. Unfortunately, Trailblazing isn't always useful, and this is one of the maps where it's not. And yeah, he's not very strong as in terms of ranged attack power. He just doesn't do much. He is useful. I can see uses for him, especially on a map like Blizzard of Oz. But yeah, it's just, he's just really fucking bland at Awakened. I don't hate him as much as I hate Morsalis and the Hunter. Like, as a person who plays Royalist a lot. The Hunter, at least he's got decent damage. He's just like, he's just a standard scout kind. He's just really boring. And Morsalis is like, she's okay because she's got lightning, but her kit is just all kinds of fucked up and weird. I like getting Roxana. She's also a bit weird. In the same way Morsalis is weird, but like she's actually like a better Morsalis. Okay, going for his Slannery village over here. Looks like Tao is doing pretty good at clearing out things. He's getting some experience using Sebastian properly on these engineers, using their protection very well. It does seem like Tao is heading in a bit more of a map control situation. I hope he builds up his fundamentals this time. I hope he kind of expands and gets like 1 or 2 extra settlements just in case. Just so he has something to fall back on. He's very good at macroing on this map, but doesn't. Like, it's his latest strategy is just like, no macro, fuck macro, let's just try to end. And when it backfires, it backfires. Yeah, it looks like poor Diego has gotten a shit sandwich of a Kohan selection this time around. And he's being forced to eat this shit sandwich and put this Kohan on Dragoons. Not terrible. Yeah. She's probably a better pick than Lucius. But not by much. Morsalis has like shitty HP. She's meant to be like this melee hero, like described in her bio. She's got Vorpal damage, and she's meant to like, her HP scaling is terrible. She is like, I can understand the low AV because Vorpal's really strong, but like, her scaling is just fucking terrible. So yeah, I cannot stand Morsalis. Like, to me, she's the most like egregious sort of offender of balance. Is that she's like bad in so many ways. She doesn't operate anything like you would expect her to, in terms of what her kit can actually do, and she just does not scale. Yeah, Slithstock is high. Slithstock is one of the good heroes, though. You know? Like, his kit actually makes sense. He's, like, really tanky and has Vorpal damage and is, quite a badass. Morsalis is just dog shit. So, that's just sad. But yeah, I meant to be commentating, not commentating on the state of the game at the moment. Let's see what we got here. We have 3 companies for Tao here. He's got full companies of everything. Bit behind in terms of no, actually he's not. Well, kind of. I'm not sure what this is gonna do. He's just gonna get a dead hero and a dead scouts here. This Dragoon company is just gonna fucking waste him. Let's see. In terms of economy here, this is what Diego has. Very little, in fact. He's spent a lot of his money on other stuff, and only has like 1 or 2 components in each settlement. Tao, on the other hand, way more saturated. Who has the better economy? Plus 53 to plus 60. Wow, okay. Diego is overtaking in terms of economy here, and it's just off of tax bonuses alone, pretty much. He doesn't have any real components. Alrighty. Okay, so 3 companies versus 3 companies. Do we have a fourth? Yes, we have a fourth. Tao, Tao might have like slightly less economy, but he's definitely spending it better. And he's not rushing to disciples either. He is like building up a decent force here. If Tao attacked us right now. Actually, no. Dragoons are holding up. Wait, what? Did he? He raised his own Haroon. Did I get that right? Who else could it have possibly been? What? Why? Okay. That's kind of weird. Yeah, maybe he just doesn't want anyone... I don't know, maybe he's like purely focused on this side and he's gonna try to like push his way up this point. He is getting more settlers, I applaud. Because he's got magicians, he's got like, this archer company will be able to hold off like a decent amount from royalist until, like, if you kind of stick them close to the militia, you can play, like, you can turtle. If he turtles right now and booms, that would be very good. He's about to walk into some golems here, though. Actually, I wouldn't say he needs to turtle just yet. He needs to go grab more layers and stuff. There's more on the map. Okay, he has to go. Take the other guys around. Yeah. Guess he wants a compact and well-defensible position, but it just sets him back so much. Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. Like, there's so much you can do with just the Carpentry Guild and 3 other slots. You know, that's amazing. But I could understand that he's a bit paranoid against a royalist. You know, if you get what I mean. So I don't think it's completely nonsensical. He is going to have a problem here, though. He needs to pull these guys back. They are way too far in front. When it comes to protecting the lives of your troops versus the ones in the militia, you protect your troops. No, this reaction time's too slow. Too slow. Retreat. Come on. You're just gonna lose everything. That was too late. Way too late. Good job taking down the golems, though. But too late. These footmen are now useless. You lost that town. Like, you could have delayed it a bit longer, but unfortunately, just... yeah. You let your militia commit first, and then you have these guys come up behind them, try to deal damage, and then retreat every time it looks like they might be taking direct fire. Like, you do not want these guys to take direct fire. So, yeah, that was a bad trade. Not only has he not got the Haroon now, and his opponent is attacking from this side, he just lost the extra village that he made to sort of counter that. So, yeah, this is a rough one. I've got the parrot peekabooing in the background. Peekaboo. What you doing? Getting did great though, BoNT. Yeah, I guess he did. By the way, I am actually Kohan Duels now for these streams. I was thinking of being... yeah, the bird is Very talkative parrot. Suddenly very interested in Kohan and wants to learn more about the game. Yes, yes. I want to cast, buddy. Do you mind? Hey? Do you mind? Yeah. So that's one thing I'm gonna have to do later. Is like, do I reply to messages as BoNT or as Kohan Duels? Because Zeza's not controlling the channel. BoNT Duels. There you go. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. 4 companies to 5. In terms of the amount of settlements that Tao owns, he's doing pretty well. He just needs to get more settlers and bounce back from losing that village. Maybe put the village more towards here. It's funny because he's still in an okay position. He was far ahead. Yeah. Tao's still doing okay. Yeah, I noticed immortality. It was a good, it took me a while to realize, once again, that Ravid has protection, but, yeah. He even has Nightbringer. Yeah. That is true. Sorry, guys, I need to show more info here. Let's take a look at their components. Ethan's hollow. It looks like, Diego's kind of, like, reinforced. He put, like, barbed wire and shit around his main, because he doesn't want to let anyone in there. Tao is pushing forward. I hope he puts an outpost down. It doesn't look like he can afford it. He could punish this outpost right now. We'll have to see. Let's take a look at Tao's economy. I think he might be going for Fanatic Zealot. Yeah. He can make Zealots at the moment. So he might be looking to put some Zealots and Fanatics on his companies to sort of soften things up. $30 militia. 36 militia. Oh shit. Yeah, that is a tough boy. Okay, Diego's definitely got the more maneuverable army here. We'll have to see how this goes, because his archers are kind of out of position. They need to be in the middle. No, turn around, fight. Come on. I need those archers. Oh, he's got his Disciple Company, and he's coming in, and the Disciples versus Dragoons are kind of a bad match at this stage. Better to use the Disciples, keep them around the side, come and kill the Horse Archers. Nice victory there on that battle from Tao, I have to say. Managed himself really well. I think Diego and Tao are a good match for each other in terms of, like, it's a good matchup. Because they're both kind of similar in their ability to be cunning. And sort of, like, maybe they have less than perfect execution of things, but at the same time they make up for it with sheer creativity. Yeah. Kind of sad we lost Sebastian. Pour one on for our boy Seb. Did the goons go down? Yeah, they did. That was huge. I would say he has a clear advantage here, Tao. If he can keep these disciples alive and this company of magicians alive, he does have the clear advantage here. He could actually push and finish this right now. Even this, well, he'd have to be careful because if he engaged the militia of these two places here, and then these guys came to help, that would be too much for him. But if he like somehow got some units over here and waited for these guys to try to get involved, you could possibly spread himself out and get a much better. Yeah, the thing is, disciples will kill dragoons, but you'll have to let them heal after. Got a replacement goon, second goons. Garrison, fortified wall, Haroon. 18 militia. Fuck. Okay, this is defensively fortified here. But Tao's being cunning. I don't know if this is going to pay off because he's going to wander right into this with 36 militia. And he's going to know just how stupid it is. Also, Diego spotted him. He knows he's trying to sneak him in there. No, I don't think the game ends here either. I do think we're probably looking at another 10 minutes, if that, 10-15 minutes. But both of them are pretty secure at the moment. Like, this is a good spot to be in for both of them. They aren't like in immediate danger, just like straight up losing. Tower should probably boom on his economy a little bit more because the Royalist player does have like very comparable money, and even though he can't see that, he obviously can't react to things he can't see, but like he should know that the Royalists can get by with very little gold just by like using bullets and stuff. Watch Tower Napville, save for the archers. Yeah, very smart move once again. I do think the outpost is a little too far forward, but you know, like it should be more here if you can fit it in, like in a line. Yeah, these the forest battles are really benefiting the disciples as well, because they got protection as well. Snow Forest gives 4 DD. Yeah, these guys are shredding. Let him heal though, keep him full health. You need those, they're your secret weapon. Tao controls the forest on this side, which is really good for him, but at the same time, Diego's got a very fortified position over there. I do think that in terms... okay, I was going to say, in terms of economy, it favors Tao, but I think he's cashing in all of his chips here. Yeah, he is. This might work, it might not. It might just cost him the entire game. I hope... I actually can't be biased here, to be honest. If Tower loses because he cashes in all his chips and decides it's time to sort of, you know, call it quits and see who wins, that's his own choice. If he gets True Bless, you're gonna geek out. Well, I don't think he's getting it this game. Closest hero he has to enlighten this Galen. If he can just pick this apart and sort of like pry it open, he can probably win with this. But if he's silly and doesn't retreat fast enough and doesn't manage his company's health and try to... Because once the company gets too badly damaged, now they're in danger of actually dying. You know, they can get chased and killed. So you have to sort of skirt the line, do damage, but also like pull back just at the right time so that you can heal for a few seconds and still be ready to fight. This is a bad move. What Tao is doing right now is a bad move. He does not have any supply range down there, and this is a mistake. He is going for the main though, you can see. This is his destination here. See the little X on the minimap. This isn't... It's not even fully healed. You should at least have engineers with this, like putting an outpost down somewhere. But no Cleric or Invoker on the elites. You know, I don't think he necessarily needs it. The Fanatic is enough of a force multiplier on its own. It's just the more of the fact that he should have this extra elite guard. Because he's going to be fighting a shitload of militia, and he doesn't know that. Look at this. Another battle going on up here. But these guys are just shredding militia. There's a lot of death, a lot of XP. He's gonna lose stuff up here if he gets aggressive as well. It's kind of stupid. This settlement isn't actually worth anything, to be honest. It's mostly just defensive component. But it just goes to show it didn't really slow them down much. Oh, he lost his engineers. I suppose that was worth it in the end, because no more mine for him. Of course, he is rushing back to try to take this out now. Tau taking the smart move, putting them in press formation, trying to get them out. He's using his disciples to slow them down a bit, but they're going to box them in, and they're going to make sure that no one leaves here alive. This is really, really rough, considering that he couldn't get this into press formation, so he's lost control of this. He's now blocked on retreat. They're boxed in. He's going to lose that company. This is the danger of retreating and not having your companies in press formation when you really need them to get out. Because they're just stuck in endless retreat. It seems unfair, but it is actually 100% fair. It's a bad retreat. You can retreat badly, and that was entirely Diego's good micro that caused him to get that kill. It was a risky move, and to an extent it paid off for Tau, and to an extent it also didn't. If he had more economy to fall back on, it would be better. I think he's doing a good job sort of settling. He really, really should make use. You can fit 2, 3 settlements down here. You know, even more with the fact that you can like position more easily with the fact that the rune isn't there. Now his econ is back up. Yeah, well, kind of. It's still kind of... Like, I'd say plus 50 econ is like the bare minimum. Oh, that is a big waste of gold. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. About 500 gold here. Easily 500 gold here. What do you guys think? Fluke, what do you think? Like, that's not really gonna stop fanatics and zealots and elite gods. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not. Like, Diego's dropped everything into this. Like, this is 500 gold worth of static defenses. Like, could you imagine what you could do with 500 gold? He could have a city right now. Well, no, he couldn't, actually. How kind of sort of that. Oh no, Tau. No, why would you send them in without backup? No. Diego is a good royalist player. He knows how to use his fast units to box them in. You shouldn't be fighting this. What are you... Maybe you should, actually. These guys are doing a really good job tanking all of this. Holy shit, they're really strong. I mean, it's a really strong fortification, that's for damn sure, but I don't think it's actually gonna stop the elite guards. And also, look, I'm sorry to say this, guys, but pathing in this game is like, except for routes, obviously, you don't have any prediction ability over what routes and where to. But retreating is a skill. Retreating properly is a skill, and it needs to be practiced and developed, and like, you need to understand it. If you retreat to a certain location, you should, before you even issue the command, you should know which path your units are probably going to take in order to get there. It's a fairly straight line. So, yeah, blaming pathing, like in routes, I mean, it's kind of funny, but no one ever has any control over routes. But yeah, you definitely need to pay attention when you retreat and where to. EGS with Prot are ridiculously tanky. Yeah, they are. That's probably the reason why the only way that Nationalist has access to the protection spell, the only way Nationalist has access to high DV spells is through their heroes or nothing at all, really. Like, there's a reason why Nationalist doesn't have the option to make anything with protection on it, or Sheath of Light, or Armor of Light. Tao needs to build up his army a bit, yeah. Yeah, I would go for Maelstroms as well. That's a good call, Lord Mecton. You only really need like 2 of them on like an archer company or something, and it would solve this problem pretty quickly. And this problem too, actually. Maybe not the Dragoons, but like everything else is pretty light. Especially the Haroon units. Oh, this is bad engaged by Diego. Sending his Dragoons in first like that, they just got melted. That was a good exchange for Tao. Even though he's the one retreating, he definitely did a lot of damage there. He could probably fight... Like, yeah, most of his units are still up, actually. Yeah, no Spell Immune. The Stun Ring would be a good choice. I go Sorceress in this case, actually. Like, this is just begging to be frozen by Sorceress. Do ranged units lose more morale than melee? Not quite. It's a bit of a difficult thing because the morale complication, the complications. That's actually a good way to say it. The calculations are a bit obscured. Ranged units in general actually tend to have better morale because the amount of damage that the company's taken is factored in, and also a way that the company can either maintain or recover their morale is by getting kills, and archers do tend to get most of the kills. So in general, archer companies actually have much better morale than melee. Melee tends to lose it faster. Yeah, that's, I think, in terms of their raw morale numbers, that's like 35, and then that's obviously like 60 is way higher. 35. Archers are just a light unit, and lighter units break easily. If Tao can't cash in with a no evoker EG party, he'll get rooted with later stance. He will, yeah. Also, he would be able to put a lot more pressure on if he had an invoker on this company because of the quicker recovery. Like, he doesn't have to sit around and wait as long, he can just sort of like go in and keep pressuring. That's what I would do, because it's one advantage that the Royalist has over you. Sorry, that you have over the Royalist, but the Royalist does not have over you, is quicker recovery. This is good positioning here, and he's going to regret it. Good pullback from Tau. He's kind of like repositioning his whole army back. He's going to stand and stop this. Retreated way too far, though. These Dragoons are going to melt. I would stand my ground here and keep fighting. Nice Maelstroms. Yeah, no, he did. I mean, maybe. I hope he's not stream sniping. I hope. I think we can rely on Tau not to do that, though. Forest, yeah. No, he's good. He's doing good. The thing that most people don't realize in terms of the terrain bonus is that this shield is the middle. I will commentate on the rest of the game, but you can just see he's kind of like hacking out militia here and trying to circle around again, but this company is very badly damaged and the morale is also in a terrible state. It's just going to break. And he's going to lose the hero. Ouch. Oh, those fireballs. Oh, no. This is a lot of damage. Trying to win this archer battle is stupid. Stupid. You do not win archer battles against Rainbringers. They are, like, literally, that's the one good thing this militia is good at, is dealing with other archers trying to take them. I think this is, I mean, for 600 gold, it's really expensive, but it's a pretty good reinforcement. I just wish he had spent more money in his economy before he did stuff like that. That Haroon battery's pretty sick, yeah. Probably no stream start. Nat, Death Ball, go. It's not quite there yet. It's actually kind of small. I wonder what he's spending money on. Getting more mana. He's got the company limits. Just get more. No, get some more. He's spreading his units out quite interestingly. This one has no fanatic. No, it's just an invoker. I guess he's trying to save on mana, not cripple his economy. He really needs to get another company of settlers at this point. Like, this area, guys, just, like, look at the map. There's just so much space. Your army is fighting over here, right? Which means that you've claimed all of the area behind them, basically. You know? If you're worried about raids, just stick an outpost down next to the settlement. But, like, spread out. Take your land. It is yours. Everything the light touches is your domain. Yeah, Tao's allergic to sun. He just doesn't like them very much. I can understand, like, he's just had really bad luck with them, and maybe he just doesn't want to learn how to use them properly, so he just doesn't. You can do that. That is an option. Rainbringers are like bone bows, immune to archer damage, basically. Yeah, I mean, essentially, if you can bring a enemy attacking unit's, like, attack value down to 3. 3 is the bare minimum, you know? Like, it doesn't matter whether it's a settler fighting an elite guard or, like, archers fighting a, like, normal infantry unit. If you can bring the damage down to 3, you've made it. Like, that's, like, that's tickling you, you know? Especially if you got, like, healers behind it. Yeah, map control's not that great if you don't expand behind it. Exactly. Like, expand. Like, I mean, it's stupid if you get greedy. Obviously, focus on, like, what you need to stay alive first. But, like, don't, like, go from, oh god, how do I fight this off, to, I think I can win now, let me try to win. No. Settle. Build up a settlement. Hey, Mr. Carterman. And yeah, 50 minutes. It's not quite 50 minutes. We're running at 1.4 times speed, so this is more like maybe 39, 40 minutes. That's 40% more. And Sebastian goes down again because he's been surrounded. Diego has had amazing micro this game and positioning. I'd say positioning is better. If this elite guard company goes down, that would be a massive waste. It's almost veteran. Just retreat. Oh my god. Oh no. What a waste. What a waste. I mean, he could have routed and it maybe would have survived, but holy shit, it was almost veteran. Veteran elite guards. Oh no, that was terrible. You can use your companies to cover your other company's retreat as well, because their targeting AI is a bit weird, you know. So you can pull your stuff back and like use your archers to sort of cover. So like maybe they'll go for the archers instead, or maybe like bring some scouts in. And as long as the collision doesn't like interfere too much, you can actually like try to keep a company alive by giving the enemy something else to chew on. It's like a substitution. But yeah, holy shit, that was a waste of good elite guards. And Sebastian is not going to get True Blessing if he keeps getting murked. It's just not going to happen. This trench warfare thing that's happening here, Tau has the whole map. Use the map. He's effectively contained Diego in the spot because Diego spent 600 gold on these 4 forts. He's got a good mobile army for sure, but you can hold that off. Spend your money, settle. Yeah, it's just like you open up so much more opportunities as well if you've been settling and spreading your supply range around. It means it's much easier for you to like sort of swing around, maybe reposition, maybe get like a cavalry element to your army and use that to like go for raids and stuff. But this is utter tunnel vision, and this is trench warfare right here. This is what people mean when they say trench warfare in Kohan, is because you can almost imagine there's a trench on this line over here. And it's just constant, like, maybe there's 2 trenches. There's one trench here, and then one trench here, and this is just no man's land. I do Invoker Goons at this point, and the other guys no tech. I think Invoker Goons would be a bit slow. These companies would easily chase them down and kill them if they were operating on their own. Yeah. I would just do Super Goons, honestly. Get some Super Goons and try to pick off mines or go for self-target. Oh my god. Protect your heroes, man. Why are they on engage? You don't know how this battle's going. Why are you putting your heroes on engage? Why are you fighting the militia and his army at the same time? Come on. Pick your battles. I don't mean to give people a hard time here, but guys, come on. Like, the first thing many people do when they lose games is they go, oh, my faction's imbalanced. Oh, that was so shit. I got the wrong thing, or luck was not stacked on my side. And yes, luck is a factor, and a big one at times. But come on, there are like, sometimes you need to stop and just be like, you know, what the fuck is going on? Super Goons is Goons plus 2 Rangers, yeah. Anything that has double ranges on it is super. So Super Goons, you can have Super Grens, you can have Super Archers. You know, just put some capes on that shit. That's super. Like, if your opponent has this many static defenses in one place, don't throw yourself against it constantly. Like, realize that he can't take you out either, and then work with your advantage. Tau has the entire map right now. Like, Arides, Diego probably has, like, up here, maybe. He could probably fit in a settlement here, maybe, like, outpost this. But look at how much money he spent on, like, static defenses. Like, this is his choke right here. This is his wall. And you just keep throwing yourself at it. You don't have what you need to break this. If Diego attacks into Tao right now, he's trying to place. Exactly. So Tao has the advantage and can, like, expand. Like, there's so much space and usable things on the map. And Tao is... He's done this before. Like, he gets into macro games with me, and he's a scary opponent when he has, like, 300 gold income. Like, but that's for damn sure, you know? Like, we're 50 minutes in and we're still at 8 companies and 9 companies. Like, there's something wrong here. So much of the HP of these grenadiers are being wasted on the militia. Is that, like, you should try to be engaging over here in a very, very tight angle and, like, pushing those angles and avoiding the militia until you've dealt enough damage to his army. And he has to back off. Straight up, Diego would have won this game if he had actually invested in his economy and gotten a city. And then just got an elementalist. He would have won. Like, that 600 gold over here could have paid for a city and one company of elementalists. But it has kept him alive, so I mean, the longer the game goes on, the more gold is flowing around, so... He is getting another settler company, but it's too little... too late at this point. Like, you need to... pile into it. And, like, here's the thing, guys. Sorry to dismiss so much basic advice in this game. I don't mean to make it seem like I'm talking down to people. I'm only quite careful with the advice I give. But if your mana is at -9 and you haven't fixed that in over 5 minutes, over 10 minutes, Tao is losing at this moment in time a lot of gold. Easily, like, it's half this income. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, what mana is, like, 5 gold a piece? That's 45 gold, like 45 GPM that he's been missing for 20 minutes. That is a lot more. Like, what is maybe 20 minutes is even, like, a lesser estimate. But, like, 45 gold per minute, 20 minutes, that's 450 gold. Just, no, actually, no, it's more. It's, like, 900 gold. Nearly 1,000 gold wasted because you haven't fixed your deficit. Do not leave your economy like that. It's such a waste. We can go and check the score screen afterwards, and you'll see in the score screen whether people have a positive or a deficit in a resource. You can count, you can take the number that's in the deficit for that resource, times it by its value, and that's how much gold you would have had if you didn't, like, if you fixed your economy faster. Right, so Diego's going in for another push here. He actually is doing really good. Tao should not be letting this company take so much damage. It's going to be useless when he needs it. These disciples are not tanks, and therefore should have engaged with the elites, but we'll see. And Diego's just going to back off. Diego's front line isn't strong enough, and Tao's back line isn't strong enough. That's the main issue why these trades are going so badly for either of them. Is, yeah. Check them with F1 key more often. Sorry about that. Let me do that for you. It seems Tao is building up quite nicely. He's getting more mana. But every time he gets more mana, he spends it. You know, like... let's see here. And then Diego, I would say Tao is much better in terms of economy at the moment. Staggered engages also hurt so bad. Fully agree, 100%. Sometimes you can stagger on purpose to keep your fresh units fresh and healthy and sort of swap them out and extend the amount of time that your front line is doing something and keeping them at bay. But staggered engages when your one unit is relying on the other unit and then the other unit is dead by the time you bring the other unit. It's just, it's a mess. You shouldn't do that. Those disciples really need to get behind and actually start killing some horse archers. Tao invested too much on EGs. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but this is the fallacy, and it's like, this is the trap that a lot of people, when they first play Nationalists, they get into this, is they think to themselves, I need the strongest units, I need to get elite guards. And elite guards are not going to win games. They will actually win games for you sometimes. But they're not worth it if you are down on mana constantly and your economy is absolute garbage. Like, you are prioritizing things completely wrong. Let's see here. EGs are hardly tanks when you realize how much DPS magicians put up. Yeah. If you rely on them for DPS, you have to screen. Exactly. Screening is very important. Needs more mage colleges, most neglected OP component. Yeah. Disciples are really useless in fights like these. In straight up, like, frontline versus frontline fights, Disciples are not at their best. No. Disciples excel way more at mopping up lighter units, like coming in and just fucking decimating like footmen or something, so that it clears the way for your cavalry or something like that. Like, you use them tactically. Disciples are your glass cannon, your flintlock pistol with one round loaded into it. Like, use it to your advantage and don't waste their HP. Need more screening and flanking, I agree. He's just spending more and more and more and more, and this is a waste of mana. Straight up. We'll tell you right now, this company is a waste of mana. This is 4 mana that is just not worth it. Would be worth it if he had more summoners, or if he was using summoners. There's no reason for the hero to be on this company except to make it cheaper, and if you need a cheaper company, why are you wasting gold on this? I don't mean to. I should probably like calm down and stop criticizing, but this is a very even match. Should he build factory in his middle settlement, more supplies, and can he reach gold with ad range? Which middle settlement? He might be able to. Yeah, if you're talking about this settlement here. If he got a factory in it, he might just be able to reach this. You're right. And it would actually be better for him in terms of engagements because he wouldn't have to retreat as far to be in supply range. So, yeah. Gives him vision as well. But I think that's not what he's focused on at the moment. He's basically focused. You can see that this and this are the only two things keeping him from being even further in the red. Let's see here. Diego's army should be at the forest top, not under the city. I agree. That is something that Tau should have capitalized on, but we're kind of tunnel visioned at the moment. More maelstroms and magicians are what he needs. I agree. It would be a good choice. Yes. He has a flanking army and he tries to go directly from the desert instead. Yeah. See, no, yeah, this is what he's hoping for here. Now, Tau needs to retreat. I don't know how he can just sit there. This is very, very slow reaction time here. Sebastian's gonna get attacked. This entire company is getting wasted and there's no... That's... if he kept this alive, it would have regenerated so much faster, but... And then Sebastian's gonna go down again. And it's because, you know, you kind of need to prioritize what's going on. I like that. Fort factories are great. I like Maelstrom, Zealots, and then just Sums he'd crush. Yeah. Really bad angles always. I think Diego is definitely the king of positioning in this match. For sure. Diego is just doing a better job at positioning all around. Even though, like, it might not be... I think that's what he was waiting for, by the way, Arades. Is that he was waiting for Tau to sort of try to engage... Once again, engaging the militia instead of his army. But engage, like, from this angle here, and then just come in from behind and take out stuff. He's pushing it at his advantage. Tau may very well lose, because he lost too much in that last push. They're both just really under a lot of pressure. They could alleviate the pressure by expanding, honestly. Like, Diego could have easily expanded here. No problem. And could have expanded here. And could have expanded here. Could have even gone down here. Trying the same thing. Yeah, this is like... have I ever told you what the definition of insanity is? doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. He's got a city. Oh boy, this is looking really bad for Tao. He's lost the tech advantage. He really needed the slannery, yeah. See, the slannery would have made it a much better trade, because you wouldn't be able to just retreat. You could like catch a few more units with this, with the slannery, and you could probably like, you could weaken your opponent more by killing more of their units and then going in when they're weak, and you have the advantage. Magician Sum if you don't want to micro summons. Yeah, fair enough. How much time do you still have, mech? Might get a too cheap of a win in the tournament if it goes too much longer. In your opinion, which one of them is benefiting from the stalemate? Arides. Sorry, Diego. I keep getting confused. Diego is definitely benefiting from the stalemate. He took way too long to get to where he needed to be. He could have finished this long ago, but his economy is still dog shit. Like there's no way for it. Like at 1 hour and 15 minutes, if you have plus 47 economy, you really need to work on just fundamentals of building economy. There's really no excuse. Yeah, but he's got the city now. This delaying has not benefited Tao at all. And this is also a really bad spot for a settlement if you know what's coming next. I would, yeah, normally this favors Nat, but the thing is, Tao is not pressing any of his, he's not pressing any of his advantages, and he's not macroing either. Look at this, minus 16 mana. Is it really worth it? Are there, can you ask yourself, are there mana units of casters in my army that I'm not getting that much benefit from? What a waste of gold. Late game Nat, it's so hard for Roy. Yeah. It can be very hard. There's not much you can do as Royalist. You can basically, like, try to win with spamming Elementalists, and that's, like, pretty much your only option. That and outmaneuvering your enemy. I don't know why he does this. I think he's trying to cover his own retreat, but he's wasting so much HP. At least the Invoker's still alive. He could have used these archers to kill way more of Diego's army, but instead he retreats them so far. Guys, this game is going on for too long. One of these guys needs to get good. Just gonna put that out there. Might be a controversial statement, and I know both of them will probably laugh about it later, because this is like probably let's be honest, guys, the back and forth is fun when you're in the game and you're playing. Like, you can do so much more back and forth in Kohan than you can do in other RTS games. There are the Cavs, yeah. They're back in there. Let's take a look at the F1 screen here. We have, this is his economy, plus 33, dog shit. Plus 27, dog shit, but better components. Let's see here. We have elite guards that are nearly up to veteran. Got like about 40 more XP to go. A couple of regulars. Oh, these bowmen are nearly at veteran. These bowmen aren't veteran. Tao's best units are his bowmen right now. But it's not going to matter, because they're going to die. Because he got elites. He let Diego get elites. And he could have broken this position if he hadn't strangled his own economy. Yeah. Yeah, there's just no, like, he's completely open to a raid. This is pointless. Why? He split his army and he lost this fight now. Like, I get the need, like, he should have done this 20 minutes ago. Yeah. If Tao had a ridiculous economy of like plus 300 gold at the moment, this would not be a problem for him at all. I want to make that clear, is that this is not a faction imbalance. Tao had the advantage for most of the game. Now Diego's getting his advantage back. And the opportunity is narrowly closing. You have to know when you have the advantage and what to do once you have it. And it's difficult in an RTS game, but it's not impossible, and it's not too difficult to learn the basics of it. Like you'll make mistakes, but if you follow the general sort of plan, then it'll probably go better for you. But yeah, like Tao had the advantage this game. He, like, for the vast majority of this game, Tao was on the stronger side. The Elementalists will win because Tao's army is just not that advanced. That's the sad truth, is that most of his bowman companies are very basic, which are not going to help against Elementalists at all. Yeah, this is just done. Yeah, there's actually the matchup for Royalist against Nationalist is really actually pretty hard for the Royalist in the beginning, because Nationalists have got all the nicest units. Like if you're basically banking on the fact that the Nationalist doesn't fix their economy or company limit, because if they do, you're screwed. Like you need to get to your city before the Nationalist figures stuff out. And you just need to be very good with positioning, and you will not just win straight up, like, clashes. You need to actually, like, use your advantages. Tao should make more pressure. He had the map for so long and didn't. Yeah, if he had just invested early in the eco, he would have had way more to pressure with later. It wouldn't have mattered if he was -9 mana. Yeah, Sebastian's just like, he's just dead all the time. Gavin's gonna go down too. There's no reason this company should still be here. None whatsoever. This is like, you're asking for a dead company by leaving it there. I'm sorry for having to point out these mistakes, but people complain about things being unfair, and then they do things like this. Like, what did you expect was going to happen? Yeah, that I could have told you that would happen. That he was going to lose both of those companies. They overstayed their welcome, and that is a massive loss considering Tao has, well, his economy's fixed again, but it's not going to stay that way for long because he's now disadvantaged in terms of army. And he needs to hold off a much bigger army. This side of the map was completely untouched for the entire game. Seeing 2 outposts there and going up without a cleric support or full melee or a strong archer instead of another melee would just be a lot better. Yeah, he has no supply zone, and also this is a very, very dangerous spot to be in. If someone has a big enough army and they can cover this entire area with their army, and you are over here dicking around and trying to harass like outposts and try to take stuff, you are dead. Like, there's no way your companies are getting out alive, especially if you let them take too much damage. Like, maybe they can get out alive if they're on full health. But if you've let them, like, get down to just the hero and, like, 1 support, that company's done. Like, it was dead long before someone finished it all. We can just do the BoNT method with dealing for debuffs and get Paladin grants. Yeah. You could. Nationalists don't really struggle with that, neither does Royalist. They're actually the 2 factions that are just like, yeah, I can get some grants with some Paladins on them. No problem. There's just too much GPS in the back line now. Tao's melting. Like, even if Diego pulls back from this, Tao would not recover. Like, by the time it takes Diego to recover his army to full health, Tao would not even be at like half health. So it's like it's at that point that the pendulum, that the wheel starts to turn, and someone gets crushed underneath it. Is when you trade with your opponent and your opponent is healing faster than you are. That means that they can pressure you more, and it can quickly turn into a full loss. I think the ones that are doing the most work are these veteran horse archers, honestly. The veteran archer companies. He's kept his alive, and Tao has pretty much lost his. Yeah, Tao's lost all of his. Well, he's got these elite bowmen here. 333 experience. Why engage them when they're this close to death? No one knows. You really have to take care. You have to look at that gold. That's gold. You treasure gold. You pay attention to gold. You know. It is close to GG. This game has been quite long and quite epic. I do think it was the reason it went on for so long is because it was evenly matched, and I do think this has been a good experience for both of them in terms of learning. Is that both of them tried like cunning, sneaky tactics, but at the same time, both of them are very prone to tunnel visioning, and yeah, it's not great. If he had this economy, this 104 economy earlier, and kept it for longer, Tao would be in a much better position. Straight up. Yeah, the XP difference is what's tipping the scales. Yeah, that's the thing. His archers, his main source of damage is probably significantly better. And this is stupid. Once again, EGS is engaging on their own. And Sebastian's gonna die again. Or maybe he won't. Maybe he will survive. No, he's running in front and gonna die again. This is bad positioning. That is not because of bad pathing, that is because of bad positioning. If you engage at a certain angle and you retreat your company back through your own troops, that can happen, and it will happen. But the thing is, even if Steb stays back, he still dies. Like, there was a time where he was in command mode and he still died. Like, that, just to reiterate, that was not bad pathing, that was bad positioning. The fact that Tao is still hanging on is a testament, I think. Yeah, he's just been losing heroes left, right, and center. He hasn't been able to keep them alive. I don't want to, I really don't want to criticize here. I've been having an angry rant most of this game, and it's, there's actually nothing to do with these two players. They're playing quite well and they're doing their thing. The game is just going on a bit long, and I think I would have run out of things to talk about anyway at this point. And I think the sort of frustration is shared among the people that are watching at the moment. So it's easier to sort of like echo that frustration. He did switch some subs, but it kept him in it. But hilariously, they're stronger earlier in the game. Yeah, it's mixed priorities and confusion, basically. Like, yeah, I lost more elite gods. Like, there are certain fundamental basics in Kohan that if you stick to them, you generally have a much easier time of things than other people. Like, yes, micro isn't as important because units will fight their battles themselves for the most part, but positioning is still very important, and also knowing when to retreat is still very, very important. Preserving your units, keeping them alive, preserving your heroes. You are losing your advantage every time you just carelessly let something die. Yeah. There's veteran elite gods going down. No, I think the veteran elite god's actually still alive. It's fanatic archer zealots went down. They're doing pretty well. No, they're not. They're brand new, actually. 3 XP. Yeah. Also, another thing, the unit you want to put onto the first support slot is not the Fnatic, it's the Invoker. Because if the Invoker is up, they're giving the entire company quicker recovery, which means that it's actually faster that the Fnatic heals up first and then heals up the Fnatic. The Invoker heals up first and heals the Fnatic. Tower shows crack to break soon. FNC Archers will win this easier and easier if he gets away from EGS. Yeah. I honestly think he would have done way better if he traded the Summoners for Maelstrom Engines. Same amount of mana, too. If he had as many Maelstrom Engines as he did Summoners, it would be a very different situation. And I'm just waiting for Diego to actually go and raid. Because this is getting kind of ridiculous. Yeah, if Diego can get us around, Diego's definitely got the better positioning. They're both at 10 companies. That means like the Royalists eco is screwed up and the Nationalist. Actually, no. If you're at 10 companies at an hour and 33 minutes in, you both fucked up your economy, like quite simply. They're both pretty evenly matched for that reason, I think. There goes Seb again. Bye Seb, bye Elite Gods. It's a terrible angle. He's making it twice as hard for himself by engaging at this angle. Yeah, now he's just gonna get chased down by Cavaliers. Good fucking luck killing full HP Cavaliers. And then again, these guys are extremely slow. This company... personally not a fan. I think it's too slow. There's not much... I mean, your opponent isn't really doing that much magic damage. It's like... mostly physical damage from the archers. It's hilarious how good the Nat Death Ball is that he's so outmatched here and can still keep fighting, yeah. Well, that's the thing about Nationalists, is that, yes, they have very low company limit, but once you get, like, the companies that, like, one or two companies of the stuff that you need, you don't need to max out at, like, 20 out of 20 army to, like, just straight up dominate people. Like, I think the Nationalists is more of a struggle to get their tech. And down goes Gavin. Yeah, you're right, it does in Arades. I personally would go with the DV of the Celebrant, or just keep them just a straight long Cavalier company. Use them to catch units and kill them. You know, use them to catch enemy companies and kill them. Probably way better at this point. I don't know what to say, guys. I really don't know what to say. This game went on far longer than I expected it to, and you know, I'm gonna say I really wish I wish we had started on time, and I will attribute part of the blame to that to myself because I was a bit unprepared for the stream as well. People might have noticed the lowered quality of things, but yeah, this is going on way longer than I expected. I did not expect to have an hour and 40-minute game in any tournament, any mini tournament at all. But neither of them can really press their advantage. Like, I feel like if Arides just went and sorry, I keep calling him Arides because he's like an orange royalist, and I got confused from the previous game. I'm like kind of going by color code here. These if Diego went and raided Tau, just like started raiding his settlements and stuff, it would go so much better. This game would be over. Also, Disciples are not the right unit to use against Cavaliers. But they're just not. Like, your opportunity, like, if you're gonna use Disciples, do not throw them in the front line. Like, do not throw them in front. Like, Disciples make terrible screens for archers. Do not use them to do that. He is trying to flank here. He's going after the softer targets at the back, but Diego's got like some companies around to stop this. And Tau calls GG. Is this it? Is this actually the end? So, my commentary on this game is, why call GG and then not resign? I mean, that's technically not a rule. If you could, like, you can just say GG, I mean, good game, and not resign because it's not your intention, but this could have been finished way faster if someone used enchantment companies here. Bit of a rhetorical question at this point, I knew you'd call it. Proper etiquette to resign. Yeah, unfortunately, etiquette is a bit of wishful thinking at this point, which is sad. Honestly, I place very high value on etiquette, but yeah. If you know you're not going to win, resign. Come on. This is pointless and wasting everyone's time. Okay, I'm sorry for being a dick there, but it had to be done. I did not want to play out the last 15 minutes of just, like, having Tao lose all of his stuff. Like, I'm sorry. There's a limit here. Okay, now, the important thing I want to show you guys is take a look at this, right? Go into the economy tab. Look at this. Net mana produced. Minus 271, right? Now take 271 and times it by 5, and that's the amount of gold that he would have produced if he didn't do that with his mana. Like, just take that into consideration. This is 371 gold, right? Doesn't seem like that much. That is, that's 1,355 gold. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Oh boy, guys, this hurts. Sorry to have to insist on taking a short break because I know this is going on way over schedule. I'm happy to pick this up again next weekend if everyone votes that would be a better option. If people like just can't carry on for today, I just like, man, I really fucking need a smoke. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm just look at me. I'm just frazzled. You can tell that I've been sitting with my hand in my hair this whole time. Um, yeah, maybe in order to speed this up. Yeah, sorry. I know it must be way more exhausting on you guys because I'm not actually playing. Diego, you played very well. I have to say. In general, pretty solid. Yeah, I need to eat something. What we could do, in order to save on some time, if people are okay with this idea, is we can go for games being played simultaneously, and then you guys just send me the replays afterwards, and then maybe I can sort of like cast that, and we'll still get everything done today, but maybe the videos will like separate into separate videos and stuff. So I'm gonna switch to the bracket view. because I can't have my webcam up permanently. Sure you guys would understand is that you can see my face very briefly, but I kind of need I've got this high traffic area. I not everyone. I don't have permission to use the likeness of the other people in the house for copyright purposes. So they do not wish to be on camera. It's kind of beats the whole point of this tournament, though. I guess we can postpone it if you're really not feeling it today. Yeah, the thing is, like, Lord Mecton, I already couldn't sleep last night, so, like, I don't know, I think I kind of fucked up. I hope it's been fun so far. I've been having fun. I really have been having fun, but it's just... I just wish that the start was a bit smoother, but then again, you know, like, last time Zeza ran the tournament absolutely perfectly, and it was the computer giving him problems, so, you know, there's always something. Also, looking like I could use some sleep. I think that's just my face. Lord Mecton, I've just got bags under my eyes. I'm a night owl. Yeah, I agree, Lord Mecton. I will take most of the responsibility for that as the organizer this time. I've got some shoes to fill when it comes to what Zeza's been doing lately. I'm gonna have to sort of make my own videos and upload things, and obviously our recording setup is different, so I have to kind of like make something that's not exactly the same but similar, you know. Would a person eco until getting EGs and maelstroms? Yes. Yes. Look, it would have to be a vote of the four remaining players in the tournament, which are Lord Mecton, Arides, Justiego, and Immortalits. You guys would have to be just. Do you want to finish it today? Because if you want to finish it today, we finish it today. I might not be able to stream the whole thing, but trust me, we'll play the games, we'll get it out the way, and then we will. Yeah, we'll have it done. Okay, I have a question for you guys, right? Maybe it might not be a good idea to stop the tournament now and pick it up next weekend, but how do you guys feel about just Diego and Immortalits? The two of you guys playing your game now, are not covered by the stream, and we can sort of get an idea of what the semifinals look like. Does that sound like a good idea, or would you rather wait to have it casted? You wait, you're gonna have to eat soon. Okay, cool. We will take a... Um, let's set the timer for... Okay, yeah. We'll take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break from this point here. I don't have a be back soon screen. Maybe I can just change it. Okay. Put on a timer. Yes. Maybe... Okay, it seems I can't actually set an online timer. Look, we're just gonna have to be back in 15 minutes. Guys, just go get your stuff out the way. Alrighty. So, I've returned. I'm gonna give it another 10 minutes before I start messaging people, telling them to come back and play. For now, for anyone who's still watching, I'm kind of just here drinking tea and eating a flapjack. By the way, again, large numbers of archers. The best nat approach is to just get invoker clerics. 15% non-magic resist with +3 DV is the best, even with 10% HP and some heals. Look, I think at the end of the day, the reason why you would go cleric over fanatic on a company with an invoker on it, let's just say like you got like elite guards with a invoker first support, and then second support, you can go cleric, which will make the company a lot tankier. Clerics is just fantastic at making a company a lot tankier. And but the thing is, fanatics also have a lot of the same bonuses that clerics do. They don't heal, they don't give as much effective HP, but they do give a large amount of utility in morale and also quicker recovery as well. Also nice, stacks with the invoker. And the Berserker's Rage is just amazing. Like, the best company... I think if you're trying to make a stronger frontline, you would go with the Cleric over a Fanatic. But I think the Fanatic is still the better unit. I do, honestly. Like, if you were to say, like, okay, well, like, make me the ideal, like, melee frontline for your troops, and then... yeah, they do. They use the attack speed really well. I think it's just in general, everything melee uses a fanatic really, really well. Like, they just fit really well on... Maybe not on footmen, but yeah. Like, infantry, Grens, elite guards. Fanatic is just the better support to have on them, because it makes them so much better. But if you really are just trying to tank damage and, like, keep things up for as long as possible, the Cleric is probably the better choice for that specific thing. But yeah, when it comes to the trench warfare sort of stage of the game, where you're unable to attack your opponent, they're unable to attack you, best thing to do is just build up behind it. Or come up with some other strategy that lets you bust into their base. But, like, it's still nice to have a good economy to fall back on. Maybe if you've got, like, exceptionally good micro and positioning and you keep your heroes and everything, all your companies alive, then, like, sort of trying to apply pressure and get in there is, yeah. I'd rather just do Gren, Invoker, Cleric, 3 companies. Yeah, sometimes you just don't... The melee frontline just doesn't work so well. You need something else. But elite guards are quite... They're quite tanky. They're tankier than Grens. I'm not sure if it's worth making 1 company of elite guards versus 2 companies of Grens. Like, I'm sure that you'd still get more effective HP and healing out of the Gren companies. But elite guards they're pretty good against the elementalists as well for surviving magic damage. Elite guards are more of a heavy frontline than DPS for melee, and their main source of melee damage is still mainly the counter damage from invokers. Fanatics don't get that much, maybe in smaller scale combat. I disagree. The elite guards have a comparatively high damage per hit to the Disciple, probably even more consistent because they only have one attack. They deal Cold and Night damage, and the reason you would get them over more Grenadiers is for damage. That's why people say that they are like more of a heavy damage sort of frontline, heavy melee damage. The thing is, if you rush out EGS, is getting them to XP too quickly, which has negated this game. Because yeah, any strong company that has like good survivability and really high damage is a good candidate for getting XP really quickly. I still find that for a nationalist, archers with a fanatic and zealot tend to, I don't know how they do it, but they just get a shit ton of damage and kills. Probably better to like stick your hero on that to sort of like incubate them and get like more XP on them. But yeah, in general, like if you've got a really high damage unit, they're probably very good at getting experience if you can keep them alive. Yeah, Cleric Invoker EGs have 16 move speed, yeah, because the Cleric slows them down to 16. Easily kited, yes, that's true. You don't really want to chase things with a Cleric on them. Fanatic on EGS is 20 move speed, they move faster than Archers. Yes, they can basically hunt down and kill Archer companies. But that depends on like the positioning of the entire armies, because obviously you can't just like chase Archers and die if you're like overextending. It's one huge benefit of the company, high base stats. They do have very, very high base stats. I do think that the Elite Guard is still the worst frontline out of all of the factions frontlines. Like even worse than the Void Beast. Not because they're bad units, but because they kind of like, it's difficult to make their class of unit good without like making everything else shit. In this situation, EG is more of a blocker frontline. Yeah, he was relying on the Disciples for more damage. Like, he was trying to use them as the more, like, killer units. But the problem is he was engaging them at different times. So, he would engage the Elite Guards, and then half of his companies wouldn't be doing anything. And then the Elite Guards would be dead by the time the Disciples got in, and then the Disciples would just get, like, they get focused and melted. You need to screen for them. They need to have stuff in front of them. Otherwise, they just die. That's the thing about Disciples, is that they are very, very strong, but they die really, really quickly. So you have to watch them, you have to micro them, you have to be very careful with how you engage in fights with them, and you have to kind of abuse the AI of, like, the targeting AI of companies. Just if you throw something else in front of them first, there's no chance they're just going to reacquire and go after the Disciples, you know? Like, your Disciples are, they're not entirely safe, but they're a lot safer than they would be if they were, like, right in front. Yeah, I honestly think, I'm kind of shocked because in that last game, Tao is normally very good at macroing on Destiny. But I think maybe he just, it didn't occur to him. You know, it happens like that in games. I don't want to criticize Tao too much for the way that he played, because he does have really strong fundamentals and he's not a bad player. Not by any means. It's just disappointing at times to see the losses that could have been avoided. Not that I was rooting against Diego or anything. He was playing amazingly. Like, the position, his positioning is probably better than mine. Like, yeah, for what that's worth. He seriously had, like, in Diego's games, he is just kind of like swooped in there at the perfect moment, perfect time. There was that game on Blizzard of Oz against Arides. That maneuver of stealing the spider's nest, like, that's, to me, that's like a shining gem of like technique and skill and affinity there. And I really hope Diego keeps going with that sort of playstyle. Like, I want to see what he can do with it. Especially as Royalist, like, that would be fun to watch. You could also you can expand easily while getting Magicians, sitting on more eco. You have to clear out eco buildings in your main to get EGs. Yeah. pretty much. I think at that stage of the game, if it's been going on for like an hour and a half, like the nationalist player needs to have multiple towns. Like at that point in the game, if you're nationalist and you lose your main, it shouldn't fucking matter. You should have so much money and so much, like so many different towns all over the map that you've settled. You can just, it would take you some time to rebuild all of your components that you need to recruit again. But if you can stall or delay or just like cause for more, like create more time, you will do so much better, so well. I feel like you should make more gold income until you have like plus 100 if you can afford it without dying. Yeah, for me, my soft cap on gold, what I aim for is 100 plus 150. That's the best amount to have, so you have plenty of gold and you never feel like you didn't get enough gold earlier. But like going over 150 and getting like maybe 180 gold or 200 gold or like 250 gold, like that 250 GPM is useless unless you're immediately going to burn it or sell components or whatever. It's just like that is too much. I think if you can't get to 150 GPM, it's just not possible for you in that game. 100 GPM is the best mark to aim for. Like if you can, try to get it as close as you can. Like 80 to 100, I would agree with that at Immortalis. It's a good amount. But then you can't be like dipping that constantly by sacrificing mana. Like what's the point? If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna like have like a barely functional economy and then constantly crash it with like by getting mana troops constantly, you're not doing yourself any favors. Like you're definitely not getting any stronger. Like it's a bad habit, I think. Like if you have plus 100 economy, 100 plus 100 GPM, you can't get to 150 and you're struggling for space and for resources and economy. Do your best with what you have. Don't dip unless it's an emergency. If you dip like just because you think you can end the game or win, if you're wrong, you are setting yourself back so much. It's such a common mistake, I think. After 5 to 6 settlements, markets are not that important. Rather go for keeping all the resources instead. Yeah, I agree, 100%. That's the point in the game where you should start looking at things like blast furnace, sawmill, like well, mining posts are all game long, but yeah. I feel the reason why 150 GPM is optimal is because it gives you a lot of leeway for things happening, like losing a village or yeah. Okay, so we're waiting on who are our two contestants. Which it's Diego and Immortalis. Yeah, if you guys are ready, let's hop in. Right, you guys are here. Cool. And the map choice this time round is Alscar, but that's banned. It's Blizzard of Oz again. I might just no. Yeah, it's Blizzard of Oz again. I hope you were able to get a break, Immortalis, because I did kind of announce it on the stream and not in game. We can swap if it's too repeated. Eh, no, it's mainly. This is just the way it went for the tournament. I'm not bothered. I mean, unless other people. I think Blizzard of Oz is a good balanced map this time around. I think it would be really interesting to see a game between you and Diego on the map. So I'm excited. Okay, are we all here? Are we all ready? Can I get a Just waiting on Diego. Yeah. Alrighty, let's get this started. Okay, at the top spawn is Diego. He is the orange royalist, and at the bottom we have Immortalits, who is playing as the black council player. And right from the get-go, we have a pretty standard opening. Looks like the heroes he's got here are Arya, which is she gives a quicker recovery at Awakened. Absolutely amazing for fast settling early and gaining some sort of economic advantage. Javon is a pretty standard ranged hero. His interesting thing about him is he gives +8 attacks against buildings, which can either mitigate the damage penalty on archers, or it can really help a footman company just kind of demolish something like as if they were engineers. Or even putting them on engineers is also really good. Looks like Diego was looking for his mines and couldn't see him there. Seemed he kind of forgot which side of the map he was on. Looks like both players are doing a very similar thing. They're claiming their mine and settling there first. Probably a best for a broader, more economic opener. For heroes, for Immortalits, we got Jilla Janat, Lissa Idan, and Thane Farouk. We've seen Thane plenty of times in this tournament so far, same with Jilla. Lissa is interesting. Like some of the other archer heroes, like Eliana, she gives Dominion. We're still not quite sure what the best use of Dominion is. Maybe if anyone has any good ideas on how to use Dominion better in strategies. For now, it's kind of like it's something that you mainly want to put on your Maelstrom engines, I guess. She's got Recon, and she also has an 8 DV Archer bonus, which is amazing with the rest of Council. Like, you put in the right range company on Council, like with Storm Lords and stuff. She is a very capable hero. And makes the company very tough. No, sorry, she's very tough against Archers. She does not provide that bonus to the rest of the company. But she does get the bonus from other things like Stormlords. I have a lot of thoughts on Dominion if you guys are interested. Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah. I can think of a few situations where Dominion would be useful. That's true. Yeah, that's true, Lord Macton. That is one small use of it. I imagine Dominion is probably quite good on for holding choke points as well. It can just sort of block up the whole choke point, like here. But like that seems like a bit, I think Dominion is good on rapid entrenchment as well, I would say. Like if you mix Dominion and rapid entrenchment. Looks like Immortalits is preparing to take his Indy here. Diego's just cleaning up here and grabbing his lair. Those engineers will heal up a lot faster with Arya on them. Very good call to move her there. Let's see, going after the Haroon Sanctuary with long scouts. Could potentially work. Yeah, it looks like it's going to work. That's true, Flute. Yeah. The allowing it also allows units to like say summoners to use something like Mystic Shield more preemptively. Yeah, it's true. I would use Dominion on a company that I was trying to use, like maybe a faster company that I was trying to use to catch flankers or people trying to like get past, or Something that has like sorceresses on it that can freeze things or punish raiding. An archer kind of helps catch and engage mobile elements like scouts, yeah, and protect the flanks of backlines, yeah. I do think Dominion kind of works against you in some cases, like if you had to have it on like a footman company, and their control zone is too wide, and they get engaged with things that you don't want them to, like you have to keep them fairly far back. But yeah, looks like Diego went ahead and took his Haroon Sanctuary. Immortality already has his and is working on his bandit camp. At the moment, the economies are plus 20 to plus 79. Immortality is way ahead in economy. He has 3 settlements, and so does Diego. Let's take a look at what's producing money for Diego here. Mostly his main, yeah, and a gold mine. And for Immortality, yeah, he's getting a lot of money from his main. That's 42. And then some more from, yeah, he is ecoing a bit, yeah. Very, very solid timing on the eco as well. You can tell he's been practicing his openers and knows how to maximize the gold income as well as like moving out and pressuring. Let's see here. There's a short delay, but I love we're on the same page. Yeah, it's also good for vision naturally with vision because, yeah, vision is radius. That's true. There are downsides to it like that. Yeah, I mean, like if you're trying to, you're right, it does give you vision, but like unless you're in pressed mode, it also means that your scouts are gonna get engaged in things. But yeah, I think you acknowledge that. Dominion is detrimental on melee companies because you say engage the enemy archer, magician. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't put Dominion on melee companies. Even though it doesn't necessarily increase the range of archers, it still does help them a bit, I think. I have Immortality just taking a look at what's going on over here. Diego's getting his first workshop. Going down the side. No, I think Diego's pretty solid company. Azura with full dragoons. Yeah, that's a good one. Probably going to go steal an Indy, I think. If Diego doesn't catch him doing that. Sorry, no, if Immortality doesn't catch him doing that. Looks like he was a bit too late in scouting out that party there. Poor control seems like a better use, like it seems like a better mechanic than Dominion itself. Yeah, okay, Diego's is gonna succeed in taking that Gary. Immortality already has his on the other side. Looks like both players are gearing up for a long game here. This is very interesting and very even so far. I'm liking this. Gavin with poor control, yeah. That's a good idea, actually. It makes sense from a thematic perspective as well. I wonder, because these are long scouts, they still have both supports up, so he can see things. He might just be able to spot this pretty early and put it down. His army is on the other side, though. So plus 95 to plus 60. Diego's economy is slowly getting up there, but it's far behind Immortality, who's at 101 now. Yeah, I remember. I still have all the notes that you made. I was planning on using them if you didn't come back to change or fix things. I was going to use that. Yeah, it's all there. You should still have access to it. For all those who do not know, we are using a Trello board with all the different spells, units, and heroes in Kohan to sort of map out the changes that we would like to do once we figure out how to make mods without the Kmod tool, because that's it just doesn't allow us to actually customize the game. Okay, so in terms of companies, we just got 3 from Diego. It's pretty low, but you know, he's sort of reinforcing here. Good spot for the outpost too. He's got his engineers, dragoons, and scouts, and just claimed an indie. Immortality, on the other hand, is looking stronger in many, many different ways. He's got Rainbringers with double magician, which are objectively better than bowmen with magician. He's got his footmen, long footmen, and long scouts, and engineers. So he's looking pretty good. It seems like Immortality is kind of comfortable booming behind this. He's trying to build a critical mass of magicians, I think, to just sort of like pry apart his enemy's army and just break through. We'll see how well Diego's positioning helps him here, because he might just be able to get lucky and kill some casters with these dragoons, but we'll have to see. Immortality's being quite active on the map. He's guarding his against raids very well. He's got both sides covered over here. He probably has no idea that Diego has that gallery. Diego is investing in anti-raid as well. I don't know if that's the right call here, because he's already behind Immortality in terms of gold, but he obviously has no way of knowing that. So yeah, we'll see how it goes for Diego. Let's work on it together. Yeah, man. I was hoping to. I have to admit, I have been kind of quiet on Kohan for the past couple of months, and then Zeza kind of came to me and he's like, yeah, I do want there to be more tournaments, but you know, like, life is getting busy for me. So I kind of took over the reins in this one, kind of mishandled things just a little bit. Hopefully it's still fun to watch, and yeah, I do think that is the end goal, is implementing all of Fluke's balance changes, because a lot of them are really, really good. I think out of everyone in the Discord, Fluke understands the balance the best. Like, I trust his decision making over my own. Like, if you ever want to like learn about balance in this game, talk to Fluke. Alright, we're plus 60 to plus 69. Looks like Immortality is dropping in economy there a bit. It seems it might have a lot to do with the use of stone. So he's got, yeah, okay, it's settlers and engineers. And then he has no outposts at the moment. And Diego has 2. And 4 settlements. Way more settlements for Immortality though. Looks like Diego started to put out an army here at the same time, increasing his GPM a bit. That's quite good. Very, very balanced army. He's got all of these companies, and he's managed to perfectly balance his resources, so it all works out. And he's going for the dragon. This is a risky move because half of his army is going to get frozen here the moment this thing uses its freeze breath. Yeah, that is a lot of damage. That is probably might cost you. It looks like he's doing well. It looks like he's got enough here to sort of overcome this. Give the spider maybe some range resist. I mean, aren't they annoying enough to kill already? You really want range resist on them as well? Yeah, so nice kill on that over there. Yeah, once again, this is another situation here where Diego can potentially put himself ahead in economy just by claiming this holy oasis. I can't tell you exactly what it does, but I can tell you that it gives you a shitload of every single resource. It's like a custom building on these maps. Immortality, on the other hand, has claimed the middle of the map and is kind of basically reaching out in terms of map control here. He probably still has no idea that this is here. He probably will want to find out about that soon. Yeah, so I guess this is basically like slow moving in. Like, Immortality is basically trying to keep his economic advantage just by like moving up, controlling the map, doing more stuff. He's got his Channel Cleric companies up. These will be a very, very tough front line. So at this point, I don't think Diego knows about the Holy Oasis. Or maybe it's just the Cauldronite Spire. It seems like it's just been renamed to a Cauldronite Spire. Hopefully he knows that it's there. Because it seems like Immortality is going for the finish here. He's got his two companies of like really strong, tough frontline units that are very difficult to kill. And also deal a fair amount of damage. And he's got like several good DPS companies with plenty of magicians on the back. He could potentially like end the game here if he pushes together with everything. It's just 8 mana now. We changed it back since it was too OP. Plus 8. Yeah, no, it is definitely. I'm glad you made that change, honestly. The Holy Oasis idea, I mean, it's not a bad one. It's kind of a fun one. I mean, like it's not really used in many games, but Cauldronite Spires are just brilliant in terms of mines. Like, why? Like, Cauldronite Spires like plenty in terms of reward. So, yeah. Oh, right, flute. Yeah. Okay, that change happened a while ago then. Okay, just goes to show how long I have not been playing. I apologize for that. I was incorrect. Yeah. Cavalry, yeah, well, this is the thing, is that you've got the advantage of mobility, but to me, personally, Dragoons don't actually make that solid of a front line. They have a lot of HP and they're quite quick, but I find that they're still better used as like more of a mobile unit, like trying to use it in... Oh no, bad pathing. At least he didn't lose the hero though. Yeah, I find it, like, you can do it in an emergency, but Dragoons are just not very good at holding ground. I find that they lose morale very quickly, they take heavy damage very quickly because of the fact they're cavalry. Like, there's just so many things with bonuses against cavalry. Why would you throw it in front? You know? So, yeah. I feel like the units are not doing their job. Previously in, like, other balance patches, the 4v4 guys, to an extent, wouldn't really use heavy infantry to sort of like hold a position or trench warfare. Maybe they would use it in trench warfare, but for the most part, Dragoons were like the tanky unit of choice, just because they were more flexible. But now I feel like the Grain actually has a purpose. I do like the fact that it deals bonus damage to cavalry, which further discourages people from using Dragoons as a front line. Yeah, this could potentially go well if he... Oh, okay. This is a bad position for Immortality. He's gonna lose a lot here. These guys are in the perfect position. Maybe these Dragoons. I would pull these Dragoons back now, because these guys are doing most of the damage. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna backseat here. Yeah, okay, so these crossbowmen still stayed intact. He's lost the Haroon, basically. I say lost, it'll be back up in a moment. I still feel like he could have preserved the Dragoons a bit more, but overall, yeah. See, this is why it's dangerous to use archers against Council. Is because it doesn't matter whether they go with library tech, or library units, or temple units, like Channeling Cleric. Your archers are gonna suck against their anti-archer or their anti-everything stuff. Like, you need to have a lot more archers to make the same sort of dent in their units. They just heal so much. That's the difference between tanking with other factions and tanking with Council, is that Council, if they're not doing enough damage to you, you heal back up to full health. Like with the other factions, like you still have a finite amount of time in the battle with how much HP your units have. You really need Sork Magicians? Yeah, that would have been the perfect counter. I do feel like Horse Archers are a bit of a crutch. And just because they're fast and flexible doesn't mean they're good in all situations. And the vulnerability of this composition, because it is so strong at this stage in the game, the vulnerability of this composition is being messed with in terms of like debuffs. Like, they're super buffed, you debuff them. So debuff them with something that freezes them to the spot and they can't move and they take extra damage, and you've just removed them from the fight and you can kill the rest of them. The Grins are unstoppable head-on, they must be flanked, yes. Unless you kill the Channeler, you're not going to break this. It's just too strong. Oh my god, Fluke. It's a profane statement. I think Digger's doing a good job of holding this off. He's using the militia here. Wasting the Dragoons though. Like, these guys need to be out and healing. Like, they're not useful in this state and you just lost your hero. I really need to stop backseat gaming. I apologize. I need to remind myself. It's just, you know, you say the first thing that comes to mind and I have the desire to help. So, yeah. Not going Diego's way. Economy-wise, 125 versus 12. Yeah, this is rapidly closing out. Conflag. She said enlighten though. Yeah. Yeah, Conflag, yeah. Jilla is just good. I mean, like, any hero that's blessing on it is just good. And then they get these cool other spells as well. See, I like the Magician. The Magician play was actually quite inspired, honestly. Because Magicians are just fantastic at nailing Horse Archers. Alright, GG. The game goes in favor of Immortality. Cavalry belonged outside that clusterfuck. The flanks of this fireman. Yeah, exactly. I fully agree. It's such a strong composition head-on. That's the thing is with Council is they've got pretty basic choices in terms of what they can do and what they can't. They got pretty basic choices in what they can do and what they can't. Like, as far as stuff goes, they're pretty like simple. You know, their temple units are better healers. Awesome. Their mages are like anti-archer casters. You know, and they've got all these cool like archer options, and because their healers are really strong as well, they've just got like strong options in every area. And if you try to fight them head on, you will lose. Like, their simple combos are just straight up more effective than anything you can do as any other faction. Except maybe Sia, but even then that's expensive. Yeah, I like Wizards as well. I do think Wizards are better units, as I said. I just think that Magicians are not they're not useless. Magicians are good. So we're gonna start with the next game here. Let me take a look, update the score, and take a look at the bracket. Yeah, Diego, like, that's the thing with console, is I do this all the time, is if I know that I'm, like, doing quite well in terms of economy, I'm just gonna, like, get 2 companies of Channeler Cleric and, like, 2 companies of Archers. They don't even need to have mages on the back. Like, the Channeler Clerics will just carry everything. And if you attack at the right time, it's really difficult to stop. Let's see here. Okay, let's take another look at the bracket. We just updated here. And it seems the next match is between the 2 brothers, Lord Mecton and Arides. Right. The map for this one is... it's Destiny. Now, it might seem like we had a lot of Destiny today, but the truth is that I believe Lord Mecton and Arides haven't had their Destiny map today, so here it is. Everyone gets a chance to play on Destiny. What is the latest one? 1.9. No, that's not right. 9.6. Alrighty. Cool, let's do a countdown and we can get going. Alright, so on the left hand side we have Lord Mecton, the Seer player, and on the right hand side we have Arides, the Royalist player. These guys are brothers and have practiced against each other and no doubt have something very interesting to show us today. In terms of heroes, we've got Arya Shaheen again, Jordan Avishai. It's not terrible. He's pretty capable as a melee hero. Rourke, it's a bit boring, but yeah, pretty capable as a melee hero as well, kind of. On this side we have Lord Sean Mott. Very, very good hero. I like this guy. Maybe not as strong as his campaign version though. Shamiel, it's a favorite of many, many different Seer players. Look at that guy's face. He's absolutely gorgeous. And then the most handsome of them all, we have Vargas, who looks like someone tried like reattaching old flesh to someone's skull and then calling it a day. Or maybe like, I don't know, droopy clay, I guess, is the kind of way you can describe his face. All very, very strong heroes. So Lord Mecton got a good batch of heroes here. Arides has got some pretty bland heroes in terms of what they can actually pull off. But Arya is always useful, and I hope to see them used well. Just reading the chat here. Which makes them more resistant in the provider and the storm shield DV bonus. Yes, so when they move, they do catch arrows, but they don't melt. Magicians equals bravery, more magic burst. They're better than get skeletons. Yeah. But then even then, wizard infantry. Yeah, he did. He did. I fully agree. Immortality nailed his eco that game. That was really, really well executed. That was a actually beautiful eco, beautiful timing push. I apologize, I might just be talking with my mouth slightly full, because I've got a... I call them flapjacks here, but it's kind of like a granola bar, I guess. It's oat bar. Like, to me, flapjacks have always been round, you know, like pancakes, like little mini pancakes. Right, so Arides, 2 companies in, 1 scout, 1 engineer. He is building up his... Wait, no, he's scouting actually. This is not his side of the map. I stand corrected. Both players are scouting each other. Both are sort of settling in their safe spot and then extending out. Looks like Lord Mecton is gearing up to take his Slannery. And Arides is looking to take his lair. Getting a good good scout here by Lord Maxon. He's completely seen what's going on the side. And getting a Slannery. Vargas is tanking some damage here, but he's quite a chunky boy, so he'll do okay. I would agree, Fluke. Very strong opening so far. Don't go for the... Okay, no, he's just coming into Scout. Good. Because that is within the guard zone, and it'll just trigger that and make things more difficult for you. Right, Immortality. That makes sense. I think it was a good call. Like, that's actually a very precise timing attack thing. Is that you can kind of drop a bit of... You maintain strong eco for enough time, and then drop a bit of eco just to get that timing attack out, and then go for the win. This is a bit strange. These battles are taking place all over the map. Yeah, it seems. Also, I scouted the Gary at the first scout outgoing. I was just more checking the spy. Okay. I see. I mean, whether or not you can scout it and then choose not to do anything about it, because it's not that important. Like, you can just go straight for the throat and kill. It's kind of a waste of time going and attacking the Gary, because you kind of give him advance notice of what you're bringing to his doorstep. Sometimes the quickest way to win is just to eliminate your opponent's ability to recruit more companies. So, let's see here. We have one company is Shadelings, two Skeleton Warriors, another Shadeling, Bone Bows, and Engineers. So it seems like he's mounting a small offensive over in this area. Both players are keeping to lighter, more flexible troops, just to sort of like use the movement speed and cover vast amounts of ground. I imagine they're both... I'm surprised he didn't take the Skeleton Warriors and try to take this lair. I think he would have gotten more done. Actually, oh whoopsie, I should not have been watching that. Where did Shamil go down? Oh right, he was on the Skeleton Warrior Company. Yeah. Kohan's the fucking best. I love Brood War and I love Warcraft 2 and I love a lot of the... I mean, even Warcraft 3 is kind of... Actually, I think... You know what? I was listening to Grubby's video the other day where he was explaining the upkeep system in Warcraft 3, and it's actually a worse version of Kohan, in a sense. Because, like, the whole point of it is, like, once you get over 50... This is irrelevant to the game that's being played at the moment, and I will go back to it soon. But once you go over 50 food supply in Warcraft 3, it throttles your gold income from all different sources. Does that sound familiar? You know? Yeah, no, I honestly think, like, maybe not the auto-attacking micro and the when I say auto-attack, I mean, like, attack move, like, you can't really control individual units, maybe that, not that part, but I think game economic-wise, RTS economic-wise, I think, Kohan is an improvement on, it's like the next step above Warcraft 3, and it's way before its time as well. What you miss? Well, the two brothers are sort of like engaging in some trench warfare here. It seems like, yeah, Lord Macton's got this area pretty well locked down. He could settle this whole thing if he wants to. Seems like Arides is at plus 58 and Lord Macton is at plus 65. I would put this in favor of Lord Macton at the moment. In Warcraft 3 it feels so artificial. Yeah, exactly. Because it's punishing you. Basically, like in Kohan, if you make a whole bunch of companies that you can't support, you do get punished for it, sure. But there are like ways and means of like not being punished by having enough. That's why I feel like it's the next step above Warcraft 3, because the upkeep mechanic does actually play a very important role in the game's strategy. You can attack move with God command in Kohan. Yeah, that's the way I would describe Kohan's balance. Honestly, is like it's a surprisingly elegant game for something so simple. Right, so it looks like Lord Mecton is trying to contain and cordon off the map. Arides is going for a counter push. I think he's going to try to finish here. In terms of companies, he's got these 4, and it looks like... Yeah, he's got his Haroon protected at the back. He knows what he's doing. Don't talk about tracking. Oh, this is going very well for Arides. The slow units of Seer being punished at the moment. He bet he really wishes he had like a shitload of Shadlings. Because, I mean, they might not have killed much, but Shadlings would keep him busy and off the town. Oh, that is a huge loss for Lord Mecton there. Losing his main. He's dipped way into the red. This is not going well for him. At this point, it doesn't even matter if he wins this fight. I think that was a huge loss. Also, Arya needs to get the fuck out of there now, or she's just gonna get frozen. Oh no. Shadow Priest. I didn't even notice he got these. Did he sell? When you delete something, you automatically sell. So. Oh wait. You're asking if Lord Mecton sold? I don't think so, no. He might have. He had 200 gold after the settlement was raised, so he might have sold. It looked like he had like a library and a couple other things in there. But yeah, Arides looking pretty good now. I bet Lord Mecton feels pretty behind. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter because he's got a lot of other spaces that he can use to settle. Problem is he has no gold and no income at the moment, so maybe he knows there are more layers on the map that he can maybe take, but at this point, attacking the layers while your opponent is so strong risks your opponent coming in and like sandwiching you between the layer militia and their army. So it's a very, very tricky situation to be in. We do have the new acolytes in the game in here for the first time. They lost vulnerability and gained unholy armor, which gives 4 extra DV and 10% bonus HP, as well as all the modifiers that they provide, which fix a lot of the problems with Seer units, a lot of the weaknesses. So these guys have 14 DV and 242 health. Like, I mean, they're quite resistant to everything that Arides has at the moment. Like, these units were never going to do very well against them in the first place. I have to say I applaud how quickly he got that acolyte. Like, that was a precise move. And these sorceresses are doing a good job. I do think Sorceress is a fantastic counter to the strategy. An amazing counter to the strategy, actually. The way Seer counters Sorceresses is by having a shitload of summoners, and you're not going to have that with the Acolyte because they don't benefit from it at all. So yeah, they get frozen like this, and you can take them out. I hope he finishes that off, though. Come on, it's right there. Don't let it walk away. No, no, no. Come on. Freeze him again. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's the main benefit of Sorceress is you can take it. Like, every faction has a company that can, like, sort of hyper-specialize in, like, damage or, like, debuffing or something along the lines that can disable a very powerful company when it is at this phase in the game. So later on in the game you can have as many Acolytes as you want, and that might be really difficult to counter, and you might just be in the shit. But that's how the power dynamics against the Seer faction work, is that they're very strong in the beginning, then towards the mid game, and when the magic casters sort of come out, the magic damage, or the temple units come out, they sort of like fall off in effectiveness and feel very weak and brittle. And then towards the late game, then like Seers like once again like dominate stuff. So you have to kind of find your windows of opportunity with Seer and push them. Timing attacks work well against them. Council has no CC. No, that does not have any. No, but I mean they all have a company option that is better suited to dealing with Acolytes. Like, maybe if you see an Acolyte with... I mean, I need to play Council more to figure out more of these counters. But it might just be a unit type that you're neglecting. That might do a better job. Like, maybe you could make more ranges and then just sort of position them in the right spot and snipe supports. But... like, I mean, Elite Bowmen should... The Elite Bowmen shouldn't... If they are shooting at a company that has an Acolyte on it, I hope they're not shooting at the front line. Like, if you can position them behind, because the Acolyte probably will go down pretty quick if it's being focused fired. And that's, unfortunately, the goal, is that, like, in this early game stage, when there's just one Acolyte that's giving you a lot of trouble, or maybe two, you can the armies are small enough that you can still position around and try to grab them. Once you let it get to late game, you're pretty much fucked. Like, that's just the way some things go, is that you lose if you don't win fast enough. And it kind of sucks, and it can be played around, but like in like the most strictest hardcore full skill sort of levels, that's just how it's going to play out. Okay, so we have plus 62 for Arides. He has claimed a significant portion of the map and is trying to push out and do his thing here. Lord Mecton has plus 65. I don't think he's getting any more settlements. He is. He's rebuilding his main. It's funny, you would think the Kaldonite resistance would help a lot more with those golems, but do Acolytes give magic resistance? No, they do not. That's the thing there, is that these skeletons are still very vulnerable to magic. And these Kaldonite golems don't deal Kaldonite damage when they hit things, they deal magic damage. So, that's, you can just pelt them with fireballs. Looks like Arides is staking a claim on the middle of the map. He's positioned some scouts over here to keep watch, to make sure nothing comes through. Same on this side, just kind of keeping a careful eye on things here. He is pushing down the middle, and I believe he is looking to take this Heron Sanctuary. Yeah. I think Shadow Beasts and Acolytes has always been very strong. But like, that's the thing about Seer, is that the Macabre is a bit like the Oracle, and that it's useful, but it's like more niche than the Acolyte is. Oh boy. I wonder who's going to win this fight. That Necromancer just running right in. Do we have any Paladins on here? No. Could have benefited from a Paladin or two, I think. Because you just see how many of them are just sort of like weakened and... Yeah, Shadow Knights are really difficult. I can kind of see that, but also it depends. Immortality's like being able to summon 2 Shadow Beasts is pretty fucking good. Especially if you reach like a critical mass with it, you can actually tank a lot of things with those as well. Or kill things. I mean, Shadow Beasts do a lot of damage. Oh, okay, that was a solid defense. He retreated with some of his companies intact. We're gonna have to see how this goes. But oh boy, it looks like the Oracle's still running in. That's not good. I think I might know what's causing the Oracle to do that. And it's not something we can fix in K-Mod. Okay, plus 71 to plus 74. Pretty even. 6 companies to 8. I think that was the biggest change with the new Acolyte spell with Unholy Armor, is that previously they were completely, like, they felt really bad using with Shadow Knights, and now they actually match up with them quite well. Alrighty. So we're currently plus 60 to plus 70. Lord Mecton seems to have the advantage in this situation, as his army has been pretty good at repelling enemies. He's not... Well, actually, I stand corrected. He is currently starting to build up behind it. And I hope that approach yields some results. I would say see a Countess Cleric Paladin with, like, things like bone bows. Just shoot the shit out of them. The Paladins will run in and get shot at some point. Like, guaranteed. That's part of the weakness of them, is that, like, you have to constantly babysit them and micro them. Retreat them back so they don't overextend if they're getting, like, focused. Keep them healed up. Alright, Aridy's gonna hold up in the middle of the map here, and I think Lord Mecton's just kind of like securing this area with an outpost and like kind of staking a claim on it, like this is mine. This side is mine. But it's a bit of an awkward situation for both of them here. Or I need some Battle Priest. That might actually work, yeah, but it's a difficult... Battle Priests are surprisingly difficult to get if... I think you might be going for them here, actually. They're surprisingly difficult to get on a decent company without the right, like, component layout. Because, I mean, you've always got the billet. Arides doesn't have it in this case. But you've always got the billet, and then you've got your carpentry guild, which you probably used to create the temple in the first place. And then you upgrade to Eternal Path. And then, like, you can either put your battle priests on archers, or you can put them on... Like, they're not very good on melee units. I like using them on archers. Finally, the lair is claimed. Both clairs have been claimed now. I do think battle priests... Celebrant and battle priest together doesn't really do anything. I wouldn't use that combo in Immortality. I use the cleric. Royalist kind of has to rely on the cleric. It's like their only source of healing. You can do that, yeah, just straight battle priests and footmen. If you have about 4 battle priests, it doesn't. To me, it doesn't really matter that they have a acolyte. It should still kill them. If it's just one company and there's 4 battle priests like hammering it, it should die. The Celebrant AoE is a bit infrequent and it's not really relied upon to deal damage. Immortality, it doesn't count as holy damage. That's why it works against non-seer units, where Battle Priest doesn't. It is an effective late game company. Immortality, the Cleric Celebrant. I wouldn't spam it though, because it only does one thing really well, and that's like absorbing a certain amount of damage. Like it's not nearly as good as Channeler Cleric, but it can be used to create a tanky company. But the Celebrant doesn't really... their main damage spell's just really not that good. It's actually kind of terrible. You mainly just use them for the Armor of Light. And I think they give one other bonus. I think it's like... Right, so it looks like Arides is gearing up for a final assault here. Lord Mecton spreading himself out to face it. It looks kind of thin, spreadly thin. Spreadly thin? Yeah. Thinly spread, but it's quite powerful with some of these companies. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, look at this Shadow Priest just dominating this fight. He has more. See, this is what the lack of paladins does to you, unfortunately, is that you can appear to have the stronger army and it just gets ripped apart by debuffs. Yeah, very good use of Shadow. Very good use of all of his casters, actually. He kind of made a debuff stew there. I don't think Lord Mecton is behind, honestly. I think he's ahead in most metrics. Most measurements. What way of measuring it? At this point, he really has to decide whether or not he's going to get front lines with paladins on them, or he's going to go for like more sorceress. Unfortunately, sprinkling in sorceresses like this just it doesn't work as well. So, maybe with the new way that acolytes work, using a celebrant would actually be a smarter idea. Because acolytes aren't like minusing 8 of that 10 of that 9 DV from you. So, but they're not doing it here either, so I guess that's a buff. Yeah, it gets some AoE as well. But at this point, I think what's impressive to me about this is that Lord Mecton has taken a traditionally quite a weak combo of units. This is just skeletons with library tech, right? He's created a bullshit swarm, a bullshit stew, so to speak, where there's plenty of summoners, plenty of different forms of DPS, and just enough like solid core with this company over here, with this acolyte, so that it can like tank a lot of damage and like dish it out as well. This is a very effective small seer army. I guess it's not that small if you look at the overall company limit, but it is a very good mix of units. And as you said, yes, the use of shadow demons in these fights, very, very smart. Shadow demons to me count as sorceresses. Like, they summon 3 shadelings each, and the sorceress can only, like, if the sorceress wastes a freeze on a shadeling, then they've wasted a freeze, and you've successfully disrupted them. And if they don't waste a freeze on the shadeling, and the shadeling attacks them, then they can't cast. So it's a brilliant way to deal with sorceresses, is to just sort of like load more temporary units onto the fight, so that the sorceress will freeze them instead. It works much better with shadelings than it does with golems. Shadow demons are a vastly underestimated unit, I think. They are actually pretty solid in terms of their stats and their cost and their utility. Yeah, I definitely think that the battle priests, 2 battle priests would do a lot of good work here, I think. But I think he's waiting. Does he have battle priests? Let's take a look. No, I don't think he does. Cleric sorceress. See, the cleric. This requires a very weird recruitment settlement setup, where you've got like blacksmith, temple, and library. And it's just you would think it would be a good company, but he's actually like it's mitigating magic damage, but not enough to actually be worth it. Which one company eliminate? Yeah. Right, I think he has potential in this fight, but once again, it's just getting stunned constantly. If he takes out those bone bows, he's going to have a much easier time, and he's got enough here to do it. So he just needs this part of his army to hold up while this part does the killing. And it looks like they're making some progress, but it might not be enough. Okay, he's forcing a retreat. This might actually be worth it. The Acolyte is frozen, and several other units getting frozen there, including the captain of that company. If he can take out that captain, they're as good as dead. If he keeps pushing. Yeah, this company's going down. What a turn of events. That is actually going to turn the game around for Arides. That shameless company of Lord Mecton is finally returned to the grave, and Arides smells blood in the water. Let's hope he can keep some of his units back and healing and just constantly cycle them out and keep applying pressure. It's a good technique, especially against regenerating enemy units like militia as well. No cities at 50 minutes. There are some cities actually. And he's using them to get void beasts. This might put him back in the game. This is a really good game. I'm gonna declare that right here and now. We went from acolytes to void beasts. This is the first 1v1 game I've ever seen in the flesh that has actually has Seer elites in it. Of course, this is going to tank his economy, so if this does not do anything, he's going to lose out big time. Arides is booming. Yeah. Some people don't like relying on it though. I don't particularly enjoy using horse archers as royalist. So sometimes you just feel it's a really broken unit and it wouldn't be a good win if you did it that way. We are looking at these companies. They have a mix of a prophet and a shadow priest. I think the reason why they put a prophet on there is because 2 shadow priests wouldn't really, like, it would double the amount of stuns, but it wouldn't double the amount of damage from Shadow's Blessing. So Arides coming in for another try here. I wonder where that company of voids might just be going for a raid. It might do the trick actually. Once again, large chunks of his army just getting frozen and getting free hits on them because of the lack of paladins. It really does screw you over. That's the trick with Seer, is that your units might be weak, but your casters allow you to make good use of smaller amounts of units as well. So if you combine that with the spam of like zombies and stuff, it's just really, really good. Oh, and these voids are claiming this lair. This might be it. This might be GG. Because if Arides gets to this town, that's his recruiting stuff. I don't think he has another town. Oh no, he does. I think he might have prepared for this day. What are the dogs doing? They are... The void beasts are going towards the main. They are literally, you can see the X there, going for an attack there. Could also use maelstroms to counter spam. Yeah, Maelstroms are pretty good against Shadelings, but the thing is that the Shadelings will still throw off their center of AoE. Please sell your stuff, Arides, come on. You're not going to keep that, buddy. Oh, he's selling it. He's got it. He's got it. Holy shit, Shamart is restored. Let's take a look here, actually. So at the heroes, he's got restored Sean Mart. Shamil and Vargas probably died at some point in the game. For Arides, Arya is the only one he has alive. I guess he just doesn't like using the other two. Quick raid by Lord Mekton. He doesn't even bother to take the gold mine. Arides is not phased. He is reinforcing this position and pushing as hard as he can. Horde is so good. And Horde of the Dead. Sean Mart is really, really powerful. Yeah, Horde of the Dead. Hey, Maelstroms. Yeah, that's true. We have some Maelstroms now. Let's take a look at the number of settlements that we have. We have 4 Arides, Sonri, Harun, and 2 villages and 1 town. He has 6 outposts. Looks like 6. And quite a few mines, actually. Oh, it looks like Lord Mekton is not doing so well here. Those Maelstroms decimated the front line. Yeah. It's amazing the effect that just 2 of them can have. Also, I think people, like, that's the reason, is that people underestimate how good, or how good at tanking, or rather, not tanking, but screening, the Shadelings from the Shadow Demon are. They are fantastic at screening. And it just goes to show that, like, it's so simple that, like, just 2 Maelstrom engines can solve that problem, because Shadelings are kind of weak and easy to take down. But, like, I really think people underestimate, like, how good at tanking in the COA the Shadow Demons are. There's no one defending, it's on, yeah. Look at this trail of Arides going in there. He wants this city, and he knows if he gets that city... Oh, very smart. Splitting his army off into 2. He doesn't need everyone there to take down the city. He just needs his Maelstrom engines, a couple of front lines, and everything else. And he's hauling off the attack. This is brilliant, epic. Hopefully he can get what he needs to do done, get that raised. Lord Mekton sending in the reinforcements, trying to stop this. Oh, the Void Beasts are almost completely down. Most of Arides' army is still up. If he can sort of keep this going, he might be able to survive, but it seems like he got sandwiched between 2... both the militia and the attacking forces there, which is exactly what Lord Mekton wanted, most likely. But it looks like he's still going to be able to take it. Still going good, still going strong. Beautiful execution by Arides, actually. That was extremely, that was thought out. That was like, okay, if I'm gonna go after this and he's gonna attack me from this and this and this side, let me just put stuff there. Yeah, brilliant. Veteran footmen. Oh, these guys have a lot. There's a lot, actually. A lot of it. I think everything he has is either regular or veteran. Yeah, he's kept him alive. I mean, the cleric obviously helped, but yeah. He's keeping this. The fucking mad lad is keeping this. It's GG soon. I'm not sure, because it looks like Lord Mecton's still got a lot of fight left in him. He's going in for another raid. Using his shade links to scout the way. He has no econ. Oh, that's true, yeah. But the Void Beasts can still do a lot of damage. Like, he can just easily base trade with one company here. See, like, it's taking Aridy's entire army to do what one company is doing on the other side. Not his entire army, but you know what I mean. Like, he's using 3 companies here to do the job of 1. That being said, Aridy's economy is going to last a lot longer, and also he's not raising... Oh, neither is Lord Mecton, actually. Yeah, they are full on base swapping. Nick won't be able to rebuild his lost companies for a while. Yeah. That's true. They're literally going around in circles. Lord Mecton is going clockwise, and Aridy's is also going clockwise, I guess. Yeah, just a bit further up. Yeah, I've noticed that, Diego. I put them with archers mainly because I don't know, I prefer using shadow demons with skeletons. Oh, Aridy's is the winner. What a game. That was pretty awesome. Pretty awesome indeed. You can see that they're very evenly matched. And, yeah. Really well played to both people. Okay, so we have 2 more games remaining. We have the final losers bracket. Final losers bracket match. of Lord Mecton versus Immortalis. I don't mind waiting 5 minutes if you need to catch your breath, Lord Mecton. And in the finals, we have, the winner of the losers bracket. So we're down to the top 3 again. Let's see who manages to pull it out here. I think Arides has been playing very well this tournament. So is Immortalis. And I think Lord Mecton is as strong as he always is. He's just a really strong, solid player. So I have no idea who's going to win or who's going to do well. And I wish everyone the best of luck for these final 2 games. I think we are in. This is basically what we can call the semi-finals now. Even though the other game, the one we just watched, was technically the semi-finals. But with the losers bracket, this is the second to last game. Yeah, that was pretty hectic, Lord Mecton, that you lost your main that quickly. Yeah, we were actually like speculating on that Arides. It actually came out really nicely. Lord Mecton, do you need some time? Actually, let me talk to you in voice. Sorry. Uh, Immortality, you ready to go? Or are we waiting? Okay, cool. I saw your message in game. Man, I've been live for 6 hours. Thanks for sitting with me through the whole thing, guys. I appreciate it. Would be kind of lonely if I was casting to myself. Alrighty, let's get started with the next game. Whoopsie, 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 forgot to change map. Sorry guys. The map we are looking at the moment is... Man, Blizzard Oz again? Really? Do you guys... I think I might make an alteration to that last one and put Vaughan in front. Is everyone okay with that? We haven't had any Vaughan games today. Sorry, I next time we do this I will definitely mix up the maps better. Yeah, okay, cool. We all agree on Vaughan then. Sorry about that. I'm very new at this. Running a tournament, that is. So, hopefully... I think they're off the stream at the moment. Yeah, no, I'm talking to them in game, sorry. I'm keeping everyone involved in the discussion, so to speak, so everyone knows what's going on. Okay, cool. Let's try that again. Everyone ready? Alrighty. And it's been a while, but we finally see this small map Vaughan. It is Lord Mecton at the top versus Immortality at the bottom. Immortality's playing Blue Council and Lord Mecton playing Purple Seer. Yeah, in terms of openers, Immortality's going with his standard short engineer opener, just trying to grab those mines early. In terms of heroes, Lord Mecton is Lazarus, Sijansur, and Vashti. All pretty good heroes, I would say, actually. Lazarus is pretty good. Like, Shadow's Blessing and Awaken, holy shit. We've got our good friend Chadius. We've got Solomon Ghaffar, which is easily one of Council's best heroes, I would actually say. Surprisingly so. Maybe not one of their best, actually, because they've got Yistok and a bunch of others. But Solomon is definitely really, really far up there. And Eben, who's pretty middle of the line. He's okay. He's pretty good. Going with a standard sort of economic opener there. Just getting some initial eco. Both players trying to settle right next to their wood mine. Their iron growth. Yeah, has Eben been buffed for this version, for 3.3, 3.2? Yeah, you really can't go wrong with Archer Kohan most of the time. Let's see here, in terms of, they got 2 settlements. Got their mines going for their lairs. Pretty standard opener on both sides, both people doing it pretty safely. Doing what they're supposed to. Looks like with Carpentry Guild, Blacksmith, and Temple, I imagine we're going to see some Channeler Cleric pretty quickly. Maybe even just straight up Paladin super fast. Maybe Immortality is doing a Paladin rush. It's actually, like, I've never seen one of those in the 1v1 format against a Seer player. Yeah, Chadius is pretty good. He no longer has Banished Shadow like a Battle Priest, but he's like way more capable as his role as a melee hero. And still has that sort of anti-seer vibe to him. without being completely worthless outside of it. Going straight double cleric and then cleric paladin. You know, it's kind of funny, Flute, that you mentioned. No, many people don't know the power of pally sticks. You know? Like, Footman with double paladin is actually really fucking good in terms of the bonuses the paladins give to undead units. Well, I kept thinking you were saying Chadius intentionally. I am saying it intentionally. He's not Thaddeus, he's Chadius. It's good against everything, no, not just Sia is the scary thing. Yeah, I guess I could see that. I mean, paladins are just good. Value for money, they're like fast grins. And I think the paladins work very well with the... They have the same movement speed as footmen. I think it's actually a match made in heaven, to be honest. Yeah, I fully agree with it. Looks like Immortalis is doing a timing push. This might actually... might succeed. Might succeed. I wonder. Because that's gonna... Oh, that hurts. Oh, look at that. I personally would put... I would put Thaddeus on this company. Or this one. Yeah, no. This is a very, very short timing push. Hopefully we get some good fights out of this. 3 companies versus 3 companies. We've got footmen, we've got engineers, short engineers, and a grenadier company. The most powerful units of Lord Mecton are going down here with these shadow beasts. Paladin's also going down. Doesn't matter, most of the Grens are still up. This looks like it might be messy. I really wish he put an outpost down somewhere to resupply. Because it doesn't matter whether you win the fight against these guys, you're going to lose the fight against the militia. Okay, hopefully... Actually, no, not hopefully. I mean, like, whatever happens, happens. Was a risky attack, was pretty ballsy. Lord Mecton handled it extremely well, though, I would say. Like, he lost his most powerful units, but he didn't, though, because he still has them. And Vashti is still there, and now they have more XP. So... Oh, no, 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 don't leave them there. No. Oh, my God. Oh my god, don't leave them there. Don't. Just put them in pressed. Put them in pressed. Come on. Yeah, there you go. Oh my god, he read my mind. Looks like this is pretty risky from Lord Mecton, actually. Is like sending his troops down here. I'm not sure what he's doing that for. They're very vulnerable on their own. They can sort of get like charged by scouts or something and have a bit of a problem. Or they could get charged by dark wolves. That could happen too. Funny how both of them have the same idea of putting a hero, like a strong melee hero on the engineer company. See, Immortalis has kind of poured everything he had into that timing push, and now Lord Mecton is a bit ahead of him, I think. Man, you've got some stamina casting for so long. Listen, I put this tournament up. I'll see it to the end. If people want to play this game, I'm there. Doesn't fucking matter. I do not give a single shit except about Kohan. Besides, I'm a bit of a lazy caster, so, you know, it's fine. I think I'm more, less, tastosis, more, Spirit of the Law, what's his name? T90? I like T90's casting style, he seems like very relaxed. Oh boy, okay, so let's see the situation at the moment. Lord Macton just claimed his indie. His economy's doing okay. It's not terrible. He sold his Carpentry Guild over here. It's a good move because you're not really going to get much of a discount of bone bows, and it's literally the only thing you get a discount with, besides components, with the Carpentry Guild. Immortality also took his indie, and he is moving out, trying to look for things that have already been taken. So this is a bit of a sad day for Immortality. He's missed out on lunch because he was too late. T90 is probably one of the best, so chill. Yeah, I agree. I love watching stuff. Going for another attack here. I don't think this is going to succeed. Unless he goes for the lumber mill and gets the fuck out. And even then, it's difficult. Like, the problem with slow companies is once you march them this far into enemy territory, you better have an exit strategy. Because they're going to walk just as slow on their way out. Like, already you've wasted too much time. Like, this company is dead if too many things get close to it. No, 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 get back, Solomon, come on. No, Solomon. Oh, no. Oh, well, time to line up another human sacrifice to bring the guy back. That's what the 50 gold is for. Slavery. Oh, see, guys, what did I say, right? These guys move at 16. And now you've lost the captain on them, and you have no control over them. They are dead. Dead, dead, dead. What a waste of a company. And was it worth it for the lumber mill, for the Ironwood Grove? No, it wasn't. Sorry to say this, but you know, it's just there's a reason why people use faster units to go for like lighter targets, and it's so they can get away easily. Grenadiers are like your solid sort of core, your like nuclear warhead inside the torpedo casing. I don't know. Yeah, they are the torpedo casing. And Lord Mecton is being a good neighbor and coming over and saying hi. Clearly that's the last time they ask for a cup of sugar. What's with that company? They were the DPS because Holy Tax and Shadowed in Vain from Solomon. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know if that was the best choice. I know it's expensive, but putting Solomon on full Gren, sorry, not full Grens, full. I would have put. I don't know. I'm not gonna explain how I would have played. I do think Solomon on Dragoons is a good option, especially for doing things like that. Like, just use scouts and dragoons, you know, because you can get them out. Yeah, Eben's good against Scully's. Emergency was doing a lot of damage. This company... I don't... It's so slow. Why would you slow them down even more? Like, these aren't cavalry. Like, just make hammers. Why not? Sorry, anvils. Why make hammers? Just make anvils. Could be some militia there. I guess he's trying to maximize the damage from them. But the thing is, I don't know, I get the feeling that anvils kind of deal more damage. I mean, if you're packing 2 clerics onto them, you kind of expect them to be taking a lot of frontal damage. And not, like, running around flanking with them. This is bad. For Immortalis, this is very bad. He is lacking on map control right now. And Lord Mekton has a better economy overall than he does. And if he raises that Gowrie, that's going to be a problem for... Wait, no, he's getting... Okay. I'm not sure if he can make this work, this second town, with this on his doorstep. I don't think it's so. See, these guys... No, it's like... It's just not going to do it, you know? And you're probably going to lose a hero to this as well. Yeah, we decided that that 250, it's still a little off the mark, I guess, but it's much closer to the mark than 240 is. I think the ideal HP, if we had to really fine tune it, would probably be like 245, but realistically, we're not going to do that. It's better for them to just be like to have a little bit too much than too little. See, I like this. Just straight full Gowrie hammers. This company is very, very effective. Not because they move at the same speed as a paladin, and not because they have less HP than a dragoon, but because they're one of the few cavalry companies in the game that by default are spell immune. They are completely unaffected by buffs. They can't be frozen, they can't be snared, they can't be stunned. Like, you will always have control over them, and they are just perfect for flanking. If you can wind them, like, the reason they're so slow is because they're, like, really, really good at flanking. So it needs to take them a while, and it's kind of clumsy to get around to the spot. But once they're there, good luck getting rid of them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, they're quite easy to make, and that is another hero down for Immortalis. I don't think he can recover from this. I think once Eben goes down here, yeah, I don't know why. Just taking too much damage. Oh, and this is just recruited, and he's gonna lose it. Yeah, okay. GG, good game, well played. Lord Mecton wins this match. And what a fine match it was. We saw some early aggression, we saw some sneaky tactics, and at the end of the day, I think Lord Mecton kind of demonstrated his advanced understanding of different factions and unit tactics. Alright, well played to both people involved. And now, we have the finals. And the finals are... The final map pick goes to Arides. Whew, okay. Been streaming for, yeah, it's coming like 30 seconds away from 7 hours now. Let's, these shadings are demons. Shadings of demons are mean, yeah. At least now I know it's not good enough. Should have put a paladin onto the grins too. I think... Honestly, Immortality, if you're looking for feedback on how that last game went, I think it was very, very risky to... I think you were doing good with the aggression, but you didn't have like a nearby fallback point, and you were using very slow companies, which Lord Mecton basically punished you every time you raided by taking out more valuable things of yours, which made it not a very effective trade at all. By the time he was in your base and taking your Gauri, I think the game was already over, to be honest. Right. Okay, cool. Arides, Cave of Fear. We're going to play the final match on Cave of Fear, and it's going to be awesome. Okay, the game is open if you guys want to join. And then we get this final match going, and everyone gets beautiful scores on their challenge profile. Get updates to MMR. I'm actually kind of jealous. I wanted to plan some sort of event for August where we had some sort of like open leaderboard, sort of ranked matches thing. But unfortunately it doesn't work that way, which is really, really sad, unless I can figure out a way to get it to work like that. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go back to the game screen and make sure this is all working. Alrighty. Cool, so starting on the right hand side we have Lord Mecton. I think this might be his first game on this map, and Arides on the left hand side. Did I say right hand side for Lord Mecton? We have a rematch between these two. Last time Arides walked away the winner. But it was quite a Pyrrhic victory after they base traded. I wonder how it's going to go this game. Is it all working now? Sorry about that. Minimizing and going back in. Even DG Voodoo doesn't play nice with OBS sometimes. Going for some fast economic expansion here. We have Magnus, Melchior, and Ceradamon for Lord Mecton. Not the best heroes, but yeah, Melchior's not very good against anything but a Seer Mirror, I think. He doesn't, I mean, he's cool, but he doesn't really shine. Magnus is also, there's some fun strats you can do with Magnus by sticking him on a group of Shadelings, and then they all get the siege bonus, and they attack like super fast. And then Ceradamon is like the only hero with modifiers provided unholy attacks. So they're pretty interesting heroes, but they're not the strongest. On the other side, we have Arides, who's got the strongest Royalist hero, Daria, and then two really shitty ones. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Melchior's issues his real strength is being a ranged current on Seer. Yeah. Seer doesn't get many ranged heroes. They get a lot of casters and melee heroes, but not really many ranged. Alright, cool. So we had... Looks like scouts first into engineers priorities. He's obviously prioritizing looking around. I would really like to see this game like more of a macro sort of approach. But I think we're all very exhausted after this tournament. It took a lot longer than we expected. I'll have to plan around that next time. But yeah, I think everyone is kind of maybe a bit drained. And they're looking to kind of fight a quick bloody battle for the finals. Oh, Arides coming in to interrupt here. Might just succeed with this many scouts. But the bone bows being pests. Magnus using his siege bonus quite well. I think 32 damage a hit. He's going to try and melt that building. They are succeeding in slowing this down quite significantly. Might seem like they're not accomplishing much, but make no mistake, this is costing him time and money. And time is money in this game. Trying to steal the skeletons here, but it's not going to go to Arides, even if he does kill the final... I think, actually, no, it would go to him if he killed the final skeleton. Or it's the one who engaged the militia first, who gets to explore it. But he's making good use of these units here. He's kept every single scout alive. And he's in the process of taking his own Draugr as well. It's plus 18 on Arides to plus 39 on Lord Mecton, so... Lord Mecton's doing a bit better in terms of economy, and probably has a lot to do with the fact that he has a indie with a market in it. It's 3 companies versus 3 companies. think it's a bit difficult to multitask microing and distracting them from taking their indie while you're trying to take yours. Once again, seeing the horse archers from Arides, it seems like he's very fond of those. Can be useful in the Seer matchup, but you tend to see super horse archers more often because the ranger's Kaldronite damage actually does a fair bit of damage to archers. It's just skeletons, sorry. Yeah, he's probably getting a good value for money out of it. Especially if it was made with a billet and carpentry guild. Early super horse archers are probably a bit too all in, yeah, you're right. But still, I mean, if they get experience early by clearing lairs, they could probably pay for themselves as well. Looks like his side, as Diego said, having a Seer town might be a problem, but it seems like Arides is more than content to go and help himself to things on his opponent's side. Very good at keeping them all alive, I have to say. Very impressive. This is actually impressive micro. It's very difficult to do this because so much of it is up to random chance. Hey, what's up? I've hijacked your account. Zeza. Oh boy. I mean, this is a good example of you're going to the other side to mess with something. Your companies are light and fast enough to just move away. Like, he can't box you in, he's not trapping you in an area, you're not walking into a trap or a kill zone. Yeah, okay, so I'm borrowing it for a bit then, Zeza. I think Tao and Diego might be the two most evenly matched players we have. Like, at some point we should make them team leaders and then have them like recruit people into teams and train them and stuff. That'd be fun as hell. It's a bit like the ultimate rivalry. We need to spread rumors about Tao and Diego in order to foster a what's dramatic relationship. Yeah. No, Arides and Lord Mecton are just hands down just really solid players. Like all round. I have to say, I'm very impressed with both of their play. They use scouts amazingly. They are very effective with both small and large armies and just seem to understand the game very well. They possess a deep understanding of the game, and I like that. I admire that. Was the game really that long in Destiny? I saw some of it. Yeah, it was about the in-game timer read 1 hour and like 50 minutes. Okay, so Arity's doing a very oh. Oh wow. And ladies, or gents, gentlemen, that was the finals. What a game, actually. I wish I had commentated more because I missed the last part completely. They seem to, like, I mean, he was getting pushed back into his base, but I thought, like, the multiple short footmen, it's normally a good, like, defense to throw up. And I thought he was going to handle it, but it looks like he was ahead for quite a bit of time. And it appears that Lord Mecton is our final winner of the July tournament. So that makes him a winner of 2 tournaments in a row. Congratulations. And thank you for putting up with this long-ass tournament. It would have been, yeah. Alrighty. There it is. We've ended the tournament, and just to have a look here, we have I can't really show you because it's on my browser screen, but final results are: first place goes to Lord Mecton, second place goes to Arides, and third place goes to Immortalits. Well played to everyone in the tournament today, and a very special thanks to the people who decided to give it a try for the first time. I understand it's a bit daunting, especially Lord Mecton and Arides are very, very dominating. But you know what? I believe it actually will help a lot in the long run. And it might seem a bit scary, but once you kind of get over that initial fear, you find out it's actually really fun and you keep up with it. You know, it's not terrifying to lose, it's just terrifying to play badly. You know, you don't want to play badly. Mecton, you're a fucking trooper. BoNT players. Yeah, it's mostly my fault, Zeza. I kind of started late and I wasn't entirely prepared, and then like some people misjudged the time, and yeah, it was a bit of a mess. Yeah. Thank you very much to everyone who played. Just to repeat. I never see Mech do these setups against me. It's like he has a completely different build order just for me. Well, sometimes you play the player, not the faction. Like, that's why you watch your replays, is to sort of benchmark. It's like, okay, well, at 10 minutes, I was doing this and he was doing this. Okay, well, at 20 minutes, I was doing this and he was doing this. And then you can kind of, like, you get a read on the player. Yeah. Okay, wow, that was a long-ass stream. I need to smoke. I am probably looking very, very tired. And yeah, I just wanted to say, there's a few things I wanted to talk about before the end of the tournament as a whole. Yeah, I hope Cronus, sorry, not Cronus, Chondrus, yeah. I hope Chondrus and Diego had fun as well. It was very, very, very interesting to watch them play, actually. I think Chondrus is a great council player, and we can probably expect some really great things out of him. Once just like you just have to learn a few things like timings and like maybe like what stage of the game we're in and what to focus on. It's not too difficult to learn once you've got the basics down, and you get the basics down from playing single player. And then Diego is just like, wow, fucking great, actually. Like, I have to say, I'd probably unexpected favorite player of this tournament was probably Diego. Yeah, so, announcements when it comes to more events like this, because hopefully we can organize them better and they are easier to do. We have the Ascension Tournament. It will take place sometime in September. If you stayed around for the entire stream or you just skipped to the end and you're enjoying this part, thank you for watching. The Ascension Tournament it's meant to be our biggest annual tournament of the year. And it's not played over a single day or a weekend or whatever. We're going to be giving like time frames for matches to be played. So round one, everybody will get a week to play their game with their opponent. Most of the games we cast on the channel, I think for this Ascension Tournament, might not be live. It depends whether or not it can be live or not if we're around. It's not going to be live because I might be playing in the tournament myself, so I'll have to like go back and either cast over my own games or get someone else to do it or something like that. So yeah, we have the Ascension Tournament. Right now, not many people have signed up, and I completely understand if you don't feel like signing up to the next tournament after this one. There's going to be no events for August. Take the time, practice, get comfortable with things, talk. Yeah, find practice partners, that sort of thing. It's fine. The annual tournament is for everyone. It's not just for the best. The people that have been playing in the mini tournaments up until now will get preferential placement on the seeding list. So chances are, I think Lord Mecton will actually have a better starting position than Fluke, just because of the way things have been going. And obviously Lord Mecton has participated in 3 different tournaments so far. Fluke will probably be maybe defending his title. We don't know. The sign-up page is on Challenge. You can check it out in the Discord, or I'll put a link in the description of this video as well to our Challenge community page. You can either like check the different tournaments that are coming out or things that we're doing, or you can join in yourself, and you're more than welcome to, regardless of your skill level. We'd like people with good sportsmanship first and foremost, I think. So if you're friendly, if you're respectful, doesn't matter what your skill is, we will not judge you. Thank you very much for the 7-hour stream. I'm not going to extend it too much further, and yeah, what a tournament. Some fucking great games so far. That has been another Kohan Duels tournament stream, and thank you for watching. You'll probably be seeing a bit more of me in the upcoming months, so we'll see how that goes. Thank you for watching, and see you guys.